Semitic Allah further down tells us was a black dog represented by a black bull whose hide denoted his black skin.
Here's the picture that he showed on the screen. It's a deity El, the god El. Pay attention to the crown or the headdress, if you will. This is a picture from the front of the same statue, a little closer, and a little bit from the side here. Now, this headdress is actually the atef crown. If you go on Webster's online dictionary, that's what it says. Atef is the specific feathered white crown of the Egyptian deity Osiris. It combines the head jet, the crown of Upper Egypt, with red ostrich feather for the Osiris cult. The Atef crown identifies Osiris in ancient Egyptian painting. If you go to Webster's dictionary, Merriam-Webster, it says Atef, hold on, a tall crown with a long feather on each side, shown in the art of ancient Upper Egypt as worn by Osiris. Okay? Here you can see Osar or Osiris with the Atef crown. This is from the papyrus of Nebket. It's actually in the Louvre Museum, and you can see me filming that papyrus on the video entitled Reality Check. Why black people ain't going nowhere, but you might as well put Afro Style Reality Check, it's gonna come up. And in here, it's also from the Louvre Museum. You have Osiris in the middle with the Atef crown, and the description for it, if you go on the website of the Louvre Museum and you type Royal and Divine Triad, you can do a search and you will see they mention that he is actually wearing the Atef crown. Now finally, you can compare the crowns. Okay, first you have the god of the Arabs Negroes, which first is El, but somehow some way becomes Allah, but that's up to y'all, that's up to the doctor. And then you have the one that I showed you, Osiris. Then again, from the front, compared with another statue of Osiris, and then finally the same statue from another angle.
Biblical King's Seal discovered in dump site. This is the royal seal of the King Hezekiah, and here we have an Ankh. And finally, last but not least, you need to see it to believe it. The God of the Bible, El, slept in his own dung and urine. This is Ugaritic Narrative Poetry, page 195. And we also have this book here, the Masriya in the Prophetic Literature, where it clearly says that El floundered in his own feces and urine. I hope you're doing well. Today is December 25th, 2022. The title of this video is Pedophilia. Chief X goes in on me, Sanetta, and others, then destroys himself. We have 10 people watching. Now, we only have 2 likes, but it's okay. Let's get to the nitty-gritty straight away. If you have children around, you might get them away, because I will play what Chief X said, and he used a lot of profanity. So I am warning you, once again, if you have children around and you don't want them to hear so many curse words, then make sure that you put a headset on, or you tell them to go to their room and play somewhere, because there's going to be a lot of profanity coming out of Chief X's mouth. So here you have Chief X video, which was uploaded 14 hours ago. And The title is Do Senator and Conscious Community Love Dirtbags slash Pedophiles? It's an hour and 34 long. I did not listen to the. Well, did I listen to all of it? I started listening yesterday and I fell asleep. After my live stream, I fell asleep. And then today, after my live stream, I listened to the rest. So I think I heard most of it. I don't know if I listened to all of it really. And it's a good thing I did not hear it as I went to bed, because once again I fell asleep. But if I would have heard him mentioning me, I wouldn't have gone to bed, and I would have probably made the live stream or prepared the live stream. So I would have had my eyes looking like they all red. But it's a shame. But I want people to know that I have informed Chief X that I am doing the live stream, and you can see here. Now, if I refresh, I don't want to refresh because I have the timestamp ready. But as the intro of the live stream was playing, I left this comment. That's why it says 0 seconds ago. But once again, let me share the link in the chat first of all. Share the link in the chat. Or should I? Should I? You know what? I gave you the title. Because he's looking for a come up, and I'll leave it there because I will play what I want you to hear anyway. So I've put live streaming now, pedophilia, Chief X goes in on me, Saneta and others, and destroys himself, and I've put the link. So he knows. If he's online, he will see that there's a comment. Okay. And besides, he should see the video coming up on his feed. Now, just before I play this, I want you to know the reason why Chief X is in his feelings regarding me. A sister not long ago told me that Chief X made a video about me. I scrolled through it, and I told the sister, I'm waiting for him to come on my platform. Now, for those who don't know the real reason why Chief X is very salty towards me, you need to look at this video right there, entitled Chief X Put Up or Shut Up, that I have uploaded, and that was 2 months ago. I'm going to share the link so you can see it in your own time. You're going to have a lot of links in the chat today. So I'm sharing the link now in the chat, and just listen to what happened. He actually said that I was a liar. So I took the screen capture and I addressed him, and listen to what happened. He came on my platform and we made an appointment for him to discuss with me. Listen up. All right. Now here's Chief X. Greetings, Chief X. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Chief X?
Yes, sir.
I'm glad you're here. Thank you for coming here. So please pick a day and we can have the discussion so you can prepare all the lies that I've said. Which day will suit you, brother?
So I don't know how I got this notification, but a notification popped up, right?
But it's great. I was about to try to contact you actually, just to inform you, because I don't expect you to be available now because I'm gonna have to go soon. But pick any day.
Listen. So I'm sitting back watching some basketball highlights, and the notification popped up. I said, let me click on it. So I said, you put a link there calling me out, saying click the link for Chief X only. And Chief X is always down for a conversation.
And
I'll click the link because I'm confident, and here I am. How can I help you?
Well, now please pick a day. If you want, it can be today, but we have to find a time that suits both of us, so we can talk for 1 hour, 2 hours, no matter how long the conversation goes. I'm not going to prepare anything. Yeah. So which day will suit you? Which time frame will suit you?
I'm not sure what we're talking about. You didn't say.
Well, you said that I'm a habitual liar. No, I have the, where is it? What's the
I said that.
All right. So that's what I would like you to do.
Any comment you see me say on my profile, I stand by that. I don't hide and run from nobody. I'm very confident.
But and that's what I would like us to talk about, because
Okay.
I have hundreds of videos. So since you didn't say that, you said a habitual liar, it means that I lied several times, and I just cannot wait for you to show to the people the lies
Yeah,
that I have said.
constantly you lie. Every video you do.
But thank you very much. So what time?
But you want to know
11
what you
p.m.
lie about?
No, well, no. Please save it. This way, I'm not prepared. Please save
Okay.
it. I'm not prepared, so you can, you can have me on the ropes. 11 p.m. That's 1 p.m. in New York. How about 1 p.m. New York time on Wednesday? Because right now, if I'm
Well,
correct,
1 p.m. New York time would be like 10 a.m. LA time. We are in LA.
yeah,
New
you're
York,
in LA.
New York is 3 hours ahead of us. But I
Indeed.
don't get up early in the morning, so I would never be able to get on the stream at 10 in the morning. Now, if you go from like my noon or 1 o'clock, I'm available. My noon or 1 o'clock would be New York 3 o'clock, because New York is always three hours ahead of Los Angeles.
3 o'clock p.m.
What 3 o'clock p.m. in Los Angeles, California,
No,
is 12 o'clock noon in New York. New York is 3
all
hours
right.
ahead of us.
Well, that will be midnight for me. So you couldn't do it like at least 1 hour earlier, like 11 a.m. Oh no, my bad. No, hold on, no, I'm wrong here. Midnight for me is 6 p.m. New York time. So 5 p.m. New York time, would that be okay for you? That would be 11 p.m. for me.
Yeah.
Oh, that's lovely. That's lovely. So that's okay. That's tomorrow. Okay, so I'm gonna prepare the stream. If you don't mind, can you send me an email so I send the StreamYard link to you, and then we're good to go.
You want me to send it now?
Yeah, I'm gonna. Well, my email.
I just sent it in the chat. Third eye.
Yeah. I have it. I have it. Okay, that's lovely. And so that's what I'm gonna do. So just so that we are clear, 5 p.m. New York time, we should be 2 p.m. LA time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So 5 p.m. New York time, and that's going to be 11 p.m. for me here in France. Hey, thank you very much. I can't wait for us talking.
So just so you know, so you can understand, it's not. My point is, you're a habitual liar.
Save it, please, brother. Save it. I want to be surprised.
It's about history. You have to know it's about history.
We can talk about anything you want. And I can't wait for you to show me where I lie. So please save it all. I want to be surprised. I want to be caught off guard, and I'm glad that we get to talk. All right.
Okay.
So I'll talk to you later, brother.
When is this discussion?
Well, if
you said Wednesday.
Well, basically, right now it is Wednesday for me, but for you it is still Tuesday.
Okay, I got you.
So yeah, tomorrow for you, which will be today for me. So basically, to make it clear, Wednesday, October 12th, which is tomorrow for you, at 5 p.m. New time, which is 2 p.m. LA time.
Well, I tell you what, you're bold and confident. Nobody else would do that. They are scared to death and shaking their boots to have a discussion with me.
Well,
so I appreciate your confidence.
Yeah, I mean, it's all good, because even if we make mistakes, we have to be okay with that, and I'm actually confident. So and we need more dialogue. We need to communicate, And I'm glad that I didn't even expect you to come here. So that's lovely. That's beautiful. I'm so happy, So thank you. Thank you very
Let
much.
me tell you, let me just tell you this before I go.
Mhm.
The conversations people have been having about non-black Egypt have all started from me in my video, Black Egypt Debunked.
Mm.
But you will notice that none of these people on any of these platforms will have me on. They
Well,
blocked me.
I
Pseudo
really do.
killers,
Mm.
Kofi, Smash Rock, they will have me on. They block me. They don't even want me to commit comment in the chat. They are totally scared to death of Chief X. So I
Yeah.
appreciate your boldness.
Mm. All right. So thank you very much. So October 12th, which is tomorrow for you. 2 p. No. Um. Yes, 2 p.m. LA time, which is, oh no, my bad. Uh, yes, 2 p.m. LA time, which is 5 p.m. New York time EST, which is 11 p.m. In France, in Paris.
All right,
Thank you very much. So I'll speak to you later, brother.
I'm out.
Okay.
So you've heard it. We have 20 people online now. We made the appointment. I don't recall if he sent me an email or if I sent him an email. I was looking for it as the video was playing, but I remember leaving the reminder of our appointment with a comment in his latest uploaded video. And then when it was the time to get it on, he was a no-show. I'm going to share the link in the chat so you can see for yourselves. See, Chief X versus Shaka Ndugu Kemet. Now, how long did the last stream last for? 2 hours, 3 minutes. He didn't show up. He was a no-show. Let's be diplomatic. He changed his mind. He didn't want it. I think he knew he was going to get that work. And as we spoke, you heard his complaint. On those channels, they don't want him. And of course, he says they're scared. This is one of the number one thing that people say. There's some people you don't even know, they will want to debate you. And if you decline, they'll say he's scared. Right? So I want you to know, I want everybody to know, that's the number one reason why Chief X talks about me or against me. People have the right to disagree with me. But you will hear the route that he took, and it's quite strange. Quite strange. But remember, we spoke only twice, him and I. We spoke on Smash Rockwell's live stream, and that's when Reggie was out of his mind, and Reggie bigged him up after he said that the ancient Egyptians were Caucasians. And I showed him that depiction behind me, which is from the Louvre Museum. I've shared the link plenty of times. So he felt some kind of way. He was hyped up because Reggie is known in the community. So now people don't hype him up. So he feels some kind of way. He was selling some moringa or whatever other herbs. I don't know if he's still doing it. You see? So I think he's very salty about that as well. But anyway, let's play what he said now so you can hear it from yourself. So I've shared that link. Now I'm not. You know what? Hey, I'm gonna share the link because they're gonna say, "Hey, he didn't share my link. They were scared to share my link." So as it is, I changed my mind. I'm sharing his link in the chat, and we're going to listen to some of it. Boom, it's in the chat. You see, it's in the chat.
For those who wonder the timestamp, it is 27 minutes and 13 seconds. All right?
You got this weak ass Rob Bourne hobo just last few weeks ago. I can't be on a panel with Chief X. Sonetta, please. You got these niggas after I went on Sonetta's and beat their ass and asked the entire community one question that they still haven't answered to this day. Scared to death. Oh, I can't be on a panel with Chief X. But you niggas can be on a panel with Polite. You niggas could be on a panel with the mighty Hebrew. 2 child molestation cases. You niggas can be on a panel with Blue Pill and Red Pill and niggas like this. Let me show you something else. Hold on. Since a lot of you niggas didn't know. And since you niggas don't give a fuck about the little kids, you guys don't give a fuck about black women and what women have went through. And let me just show you this. Hold on. Let's really talk. You niggas is weak. Weak. Remember this nigga right here? Patah Tahuti. You see his name there? The rapper Patah Tahuti? The one who's always in Blue and Red Pill's face. On their channel. Magic. Patah Tahuti. Patah Tahuti. Guess what he doing right now? This nigga is locked up right now. Chief X, what he locked up for? Fucking with his girlfriend's 9-year-old daughter? Or was she 7? Stop it, Chief X. Uh-huh. Yeah. Locked up right now. Watch. This is y'all's homie.
Work my magic, nigga. Watch me work my magic, nigga. Sacred stones in the ambulance.
This nigga right here. Ain't that y'all homie? He was on Sonetta. He locked up right now for messing with his girlfriend's 9 or 7-year-old daughter. Tell the truth.
Copper arms with the amethyst. Green lace with that hematite.
Red and blue pill brought Polite to the community. They brought this nigga to the community.
Jay looking like green
black
lights.
Nigga right here. Oh, y'all didn't know?
Nigga, we don't say swag no more. Nah, yeah, we say aura. Watch me work my magic, nigga. Transmute chaos in the order. Can a young guy get money anymore? Let my locks go down to the floor. Can I have a bad queen rapping guy king looking with the amethyst? Green lace with that.
That's the red and blue pills, homie. You sick niggas. You birds of a feather flock together. I ain't seen none of these niggas with no woman. Where's they women and kids? Bro, don't none of these niggas represent the black family. When have you seen Blue and Red Pill with their kids and a woman? I don't know what these niggas like. On the boulevard representing the black family. With a wedding ring on. Like respectable black men. These is y'all's teachers. These is conscious community niggas y'all look up to. That nigga I just showed, Patah Tahuti, go to his Instagram. What? Listen. You ain't got to listen to me. And you act like these niggas didn't know, and they his homies. You ain't got to listen to me. Hold on. Let's just talk about this real quick. Listen.
Hematite. Jay look.
This nigga right here. Listen. Who putting these niggas on blast in the community? Besides Chief X, these niggas don't give a fuck. Listen. On that nigga's Instagram. And all these niggas in Blue Red Pill, all these niggas, Lone Star RBG out of Texas, all these rapping ass niggas, and all you conscious rapping ass niggas is his Instagram friends. Oh my mama. If you go to Tahuti, I can't even get the nigga name right sometimes. Pata Tahuti's Instagram page. He's friends with thousands of underage girls. Meaning he's following them. They didn't tag to follow him. This nigga is following 1,000 underage teenage girls on Patootie Pataha's Instagram. Put his fucking name in the fucking search bar and go to his Instagram, and you're going to be shocked and have your mouth open wide. How does he get away with following 1,000 underage girls all over the country in Africa? Long as they're petite and small and young, he's following them and friends with them. This is red and blue pills, homie. This is House of Consciousness, niggas. Listen, family. You niggas have been educated by failed rappers, rapists, pedophiles, thieves, scammers, and frauds. That's your teachers. A bunch of sick-ass conscious community niggas. And you niggas got the audacity to blackball me? Kiss my motherfucking ass. We put all you niggas on blast. We put all you bitch-ass niggas on blast tonight. Tell the truth. Ask Blue and Red Pill why they ain't spoke out on this motherfucking rapist Patahu Pahuti. Ask Lone Star RBG why they ain't spoke out on this motherfucking child rapist Patah Tahuti. Why? Why is Polite on Sonetters yesterday running his mouth and you weak ass niggas ain't say a word? But soon as Chief X pop up on there, oh no, oh Chief X is on the motherfucking panel. Oh my God. When this Polite nigga who has been found with 6 semen stains on a 14-year-old is on a motherfucking panel, and you niggas is in the chat talking about he the GOAT and all this old motherfucking shit, and you praising these niggas, and you fake ass niggas don't open your mouth. Don't nobody call Sonetta and say, why you have him on the panel? You all agreed, you all in cahoots, but soon as Chief X pop up, Sonetta get 3-4 phone calls from 4-5 niggas. Sonetta, please don't have Chief X on. Sonetta, please don't have Chief X on. We can't take it. This nigga's too much. He's debunking everything. He's stopping the money. Please, Sonetta, don't have Chief X on. But here we is right now. And 6 semen stains ass nigga is on the panel. They're faking the motherfucking front with this bullshit. Let's talk about this shit. Let's talk about this shit, you weak ass men in the conscious community. You niggas is weak. You're not protectors of women and children. I feel sorry for your wives. Half you niggas is convicts. A nigga can run up in your motherfucking spot right now, slap you to the motherfucking ground, rape your motherfucking wife, and you can't do shit about it because you don't have a firearm because you's a motherfucking felon and convict. You niggas is weak. You ain't no motherfucking warriors for shit. I tell you that. Let's talk about this shit here. Let's talk about this shit here. Jesus wars and shit. All on Sonetters yesterday, right? All on Sonetters. Let's see if you can hear Polite's voice. Hold on. Let's Let's get this. Hold on. Let's get this right. Let's get this right tonight. Let's get the system audio right. Let's get this shit right. We don't want to make no mistakes. I got it. Don't give me no motherfucking tab like that again. All right, so look here. Where we at? Jesus wars. Listen to Polite.
Poorly educated or someone who doesn't have that profession that God exists, doesn't believe in your Jesus, you would never misrepresent yourself.
Look at on top. Here we go. The priest, the Kemetic priest on here with a nigga who's a rapist. He's been found to have 6 semen stains on the clothing of a chick. And he's got a court date coming up. And here these niggas is in cahoots on quiet. Chris Harris in the top right-hand corner on quiet. But as soon as I come on there, Chris Harris got to open up his mouth and say a bunch of shit. This nigga Mayat forever on here faking and fronting cahoots. All you fake ass nigga, listen.
You would never act so hostile before the people that you're looking to convert. You would.
Polite came on there checking all these niggas, calling them out, doing all kind of shit. These niggas was on quiet. They didn't challenge him at all on shit. And this nigga for Mayat forever right here, what's his name? Shaka Ndunu. Look here. This is how fake these niggas is. Watch this. Here goes Mayat Forever's channel right here. And guess what he got on this motherfucking screen one day ago. It says right here, raping is accepted by Pan-Africans and the conscious community. And he called out some Hebrew rapists. You weak ass nigga, you. You weak. Let me blow this up so you niggas can see how weak and
it's still under the spell of the Abrahamic belief system, as if we don't have some things of our own.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Where's the title at? There go. Raping is accepted by Pan-Africans in the conscious community. Well, I knew that, but he wasn't nailing down the real thing. Let's go. He was just saying this one day ago, and guess what? This nigga right here on the panel with the motherfucking rapist and didn't call him out in cahoots. He's calling out a Hebrew who fucked with a child. Didn't say shit about Polite. Didn't make that video about Polite. Because what? These fake ass niggas don't want to get on Polite on Sarnetta's bad side. If they call out Polite, they got to call out Sarnetta. So they just leave it alone. Birds of a motherfucking feather. He didn't say shit. This is how extreme fake these niggas is. A day you do a video about a rapist in the community, and in the same day, you on a panel with a rapist. Fake ass niggas. This whole motherfucking panel. 2 niggas right here sat in a car. Wait, hold on. Do y'all see this? Let's just be clear. I wish I would sit up in a car with another nigga. Let's blow this shit. These 2 niggas sat in a car together for 2 hours just to get on Sarnetta. I wish I would sit next to another nigga for 2 hours in a motherfucking car at night. These niggas don't have no homes. These niggas is bums and down and outs. These niggas is pedophile. These niggas is closets. These niggas is all kind of shit. Look, this nigga got here in the kitchen. This nigga in the kitchen. This nigga ain't showing his face. This nigga Chris got his camera pointing to the ceiling. Jabbar the only one that shows his motherfucking background and is a grown man who can show where he live and his background and show his shit. Everybody else be in cars and shit. This nigga Shaka and Dougal got this shit in the motherfucking background. Don't never show where he live. This shit be raggedy. These niggas is living bad. These niggas is birds of a feather and pieces of shit. I'm telling you. You nigga, you on a panel. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Shaka and Dougal, who has the Mayat Forever channel, calling out a rapist, but you only touch on Hebrews. And that same day, you on a panel with Polite, 6 semen stains on a 14-year-old. Let's not forget, you fucking maggots. Oh, they didn't piss me off. God damn it, yep, I'm having some motherfucking whiskey tonight.
All right. I want to check that you can still hear me loud and clear. Where's the vid? That's okay. You can hear me. So we now have 37 people online. You've heard Chief X-Man complain the fact that we were on the panel while Polite was on, and we should have spoke out. We should have spoken out regarding Polite. He also talked about, we don't show where we live. He even talked earlier about somebody like, have you ever seen him with a? He talked about Unc. Have you ever seen him with a lady? We are Facebook friends, as if everybody put their partners on Facebook. I mean, it's ridiculous. Unc has children, to my knowledge. He even mentioned Reggie. Maybe he didn't yet, but he will later on. But I will not play all of it, But Reggie, to my knowledge, was married, has a child, But I mean, sometimes people want to use talking points and all that. So, I didn't know about this rapper close to some Moorish guys, the twins. And he's apparently in jail for abusing his partner's 7-year-old or 9-year-old, but he said 7 and 9, or he said West 9, then he said 7-year-old, and later on he kept saying 7-year-old. So when it comes to Polite, you heard several times Chief X saying that Polite was found with some of his semen was found on the underage girl, which many websites have reported as well. When the scandal came out, the accusation against Polite came out. I think it was Tasha K who first spoke about it. And Tasha K's video is August 19, 2021. Which means that it's about a year and a half that the accusations were made against Brother Polite. I heard at one point he was arrested, but he was bailed out. So I don't know how long he was in custody. I think it was a matter of a couple of days. So you mean to tell me that somebody is accused of committing a sexual act on a minor, and we found stains of his semen on the girl's clothes, and yet the man is free for a year and a half? Sounds fishy to me. A man who has been talking about black power for many years, I think they couldn't wait to put him under the jail. Brother Polite has not been convicted. He has not been sentenced. So far, he's been accused. I don't have any reason to defend him. I'm not defending him. I don't know him. I've spoken to him only once about a decade ago on his Blog Talk Radio show. I have uploaded the communication between he and I. He talked about, black Canaanites, and I called to tell him that I wasn't sharing the same view. And as far as I'm concerned, those people were Caucasians or white. All right. So I've never been a part of any of his organizations. So like people say, I don't have a dog in this fight. I have been accused of physical violence against the mother of my child, who ran away, who abducted my child and left the European continent to go to Africa. I haven't seen my child for so long. I spoke about it. People don't even give a damn, but it's okay. I didn't put it up for sympathy, but I can see all those people who follow you for all these years, and you just talk about your child being abducted, and you can see how much people care, but it's fine. That's just for the record. She assaulted me. The neighbor said what he saw, and I had the audio from my phone, and we could hear the neighbor begging her to stop. He called her by her name, say, "Please stop, stop. There's children." She either injured herself, or asked somebody else to injure herself because she saw the doctor from the hospital. I don't know how you will call it in America, but it's not any doctor that you can go and see in the city. You know. So 21 days of work was required following the injuries that she had. And in France, when it's above 7 days of work prescribed by the doctor, you can go to jail. She had about 3 times the amount of days of work. So that was serious. But with the testimony of the neighbor and the audio recording from my mobile phone, she didn't know I was recording. I had my headset back then, not this one, of course. That happened a long time ago. She took it off my neck. She broke it, so she thought, oh, it's good. But it was still recording even after that. And she did that in front of her 2 children, my child that I had with her and her child that she had from a previous relationship. And that happened on a Friday. On a Sunday, when I went to drop my son to her place, she had a bandage on her hand. So if she would have made a video with a bandage and show the doctor's report of 21 days of work, people would have been, man, Shaka is a monster. She showed the proof. She showed the evidence. She has some injury. The girl tried to send me to jail. So he was in a relationship with a lady. Apparently, it's the child of the lady. If he was in a relationship with a lady, it's not difficult to get somebody's semen. For strange reason, we don't hear the lady speaking out. Now, if somebody is accused of having sexual act with a minor, against her will at that, against her will, and they found several semen stain on her body or her clothes, how the hell the person accused is free for a year and a half? At this point, it is the American justice system that is messed up. Harvey Weinstein, the multimillionaire, he's in jail now, isn't he? He was convicted more than once, isn't it? And he still probably has some trial coming up. Epstein, not a millionaire, a billionaire. They locked him up. But a black man who talks about black power for years, accused of that, and we have allegedly that evidence, the guy is free for a year and a half. At this point, the American justice system is messed up. How come we don't see the family of the woman or the child that's accusing allegedly Brother Polite speaking out about this outrage of the American justice system, who lets a guy roam free for a year and a half when millionaires and billionaires were locked up? How come the conscious community is not speaking out about it? The family members, we don't hear them. It was said that he was in a relationship with a lady and they fell out. And when people fall out, the kind of things they do, I haven't seen my son for months. He's 8 years old. I haven't seen him for months. Ever since I separated from his mother, she tried to send me to jail. She stopped me from seeing my child. She gave my parents' address to her punk Pan-African friends. They filmed my parents' house, put it online, acting like they were looking for me. When I told the dude, look, make an appointment, he went and filed a police report against me. He filed a complaint against me. First, he was acting tough and all that because he thought I was abroad. Because I had a conversation with her and I told her, I'm tired of that. You're not going to hear about me for a while. And the punk thought that I was abroad. So he wanted to show off to this Pan-African punk bastard suckers. And then when he realized I was there, so he went and filed a complaint against me. How far they went just because I separated from the lady. The things that some people can do just because you reject them, you don't have no idea. Now, that being said, You might not have heard it from the excerpt that I've played. I've shared the link. You can go and listen to his video. But many times he spoke not only about the accusation of rape or pedophilia, but he also mentioned the scamming many times. Many times he kept repeating it. Now, check this out now. I'm going to share the link, the title and the link. And remember that the main complaint of Chief X is that he's not invited on those channels. If he was invited on Sanetta and all the other channels that he named, he would be all right. Now look at this here. Chief X versus Brother Polite, meat versus plant-based diet when two worlds collide. Guess which channel it is on? Let's have it together. It's on Sanetta Studios. You see that? So that was May 18, 2019. The accusation of scamming against Polite, we've heard them way before 2019. But Chief X didn't have a problem then debating with Polite. You see the hypocrisy? Do you see the hypocrisy? Now check this out. I'm going to share a video. I remember the date of his debate versus Polite. That was May 18, 2019. Right? I'm going to share a video from Chief X's channel. You won't have time to remove them all. You don't know which one I'm going to share. See, you have that one in the chat. Let's see what it is. You can see this is from Chief X's channel. March 8, 2019. Remember, his debate was May 18. So that video was uploaded by Chief X before he debated Polite on Sanetta's channel. And what does it say? Sanetta, bro Polite, scammed her in 2019. Chief X on his own channel accused Polite of scamming, but yet he had no problem going and debating with Polite about some nutrition. The hypocrisy. Now, you think that's the only one? Let me share this other one. You won't believe it. And the conclusion will be something. Here's another video that I have shared in the chat. You can see it there. Let's look at what it is. You see, this is again on Chief X's channel. Polite and Tariq Nasheed exploitation of Nipsey Hussle. They are disrespecting the death of Nipsey Hussle by spreading confusion and lies, blah, blah, blah. You see the date? April 5, 2019. What date was the debate with Polite? May 18. May 18. April is before May, right? So not only he is accusing Polite of scamming before he debates with Polite, he also accuses Polite of exploiting the death of Nipsey Hussle, but yet he didn't have no problem going inside the studio debating with Polite. You think that's all? Well, it is not all. It is not all. Because here, that's even before. I'm going to share the link. Share the link in the chat now. See that? You have this in the chat. Let's see what it is. You see that? Which channel is it on? Chief X. October 15, 2008. The debate between Chief X and Polite, that was 2019. So before Chief X debated with Polite, he made a video called Polite Complete Scam Documented, Exposed. You see that? But yet you had no problem going and having a debate with him. Now, he has another one dated August 22, 2018. I've shared it in the chat. And what's the title? How scammers scam with videos. Who do we see? Polite video. And you see in the description, number 1, Bro Polite, number 2, Dr. Umar, number 3, Young Pharaoh, the frauds / scammers of the conscious community. So he didn't have a problem having a debate with Polite after he uploaded this. Right? Now another video from 2018, August 22, still on Chief X's channel. Gonna complain about some scamming, but when it's time to debate, he has no problem with that. There it is. Bro Polite's latest scam, 2018 currently. You see that? Now let me close all the other windows. There's just so many by now. Now here is going at Sanetta as well. Before he had a debate. So he's calling people frauds and con. But then when he's invited, he goes there. He's cool. I've shared it in the chat. There it is. You see the date? November 3rd, 2018. Message to Sanetta and his stable of con men / frauds. Why does Sanetta push all these charlatans on the community? Why sell out for views? Why don't you hold them? Why don't you hold men responsible for the fraudulent actions? Why we would S-bomb? You see that? Now, here he re-uploaded the video of a lawyer, of an attorney. But she ultimately removed the video that she made initially. I've shared it in the chat. You see that? Did Polite take your money? Send her your proof. You see? November 7, 2018. So that was, he was condemning, accusing Polite of being a scammer, but didn't have no problem going on debating with him. You see? Now here is going to make a very serious accusation towards Sanetta, which is beyond scamming. This time is beyond scamming. Way beyond scamming. I was getting serious. Amun Mira wrote, provocateur he is. Me is desperate for views, that's all. I've shared the link in the chat here, and let's see what the video says. You see it's on Chief X. And when is it? A year ago. That's after he debated with Polite. He said he wrote Sanetta and Shaka Amos secret contract and sex cover-up. So he's making some very serious accusation there. And as if it wasn't enough, guess what's the next video? Guess the title and the accusation here, which is similar to what he's accusing Polite of. I'm going to share it in the chat. I wouldn't be surprised if some videos disappear after my live stream. And if he keeps it, it will only be some documentation of Chief X's hypocrisy. Do you see the title here? Sanetta is a predator. Sanetta is a predator. That's the title of his video. Last year, December 17, 2021, just last year, he accused Sanetta of being a predator. And we know very well what it means when we say that someone is a predator. Right? Now, just check the hypocrisy. The same video that I played initially, I'm going to put it up again on the screen. And you're going to hear what he's going to say. He dissed us, all the people on the panel, for being there while Polite was there. He attacked Sanetta. He dissed Sanetta. He went in on everybody. Now listen to Chief X destroy himself. Timestamp 1740. Hour 1, minute 7, second 40. Hour 1, minute 7, second 40. Listen up carefully to Chief X destroying himself. He doesn't need my help. He does it by himself.
What was this? 2 days ago, I went to the Goodwill, right? Somebody let me know if they know what the hell this.
Might not be exactly the timestamp, but I will play it for you.
Is just something about it look throwback. Look, I still got this tag on it, but I use it for decoration, right?
It's not the right timestamp, that's why. So 1-7, and then I said it was 40 seconds, right? Oh, I know what happened. As I went to lower the volume, that's when it had moved. But anyway, 1-7-37. I'm sorry, 1 hour 1 minute 7 second 34. Okay, but I really want 40 seconds, but you know, you get the picture.
It's fraudulent and full of shit. Them 3 channels is ran by weirdos. Has anyone seen Ankh with a woman in 10 years? Has anyone seen Ankh on a date with a woman in 10 years? And all of us are Facebook friends. Let's start keep this shit real. So someone asked me, and I keep telling people, and I tell people when I go on Saturday, I say the same motherfucking thing. I said I may go on Saturdays to give a message out.
Did you hear that? After he spent all this time cursing, swearing at so many people for being on Sanetta because Polite was there, going at Sanetta because he had Polite there. And when he says that, look at how he lowers his face, because he knows deep inside that he's full of BS.
He may invite me every blue moon though. And I vowed I would never go back on there. But when I did, I said it's a bigger picture. It's bigger than Sanetta. It's bigger than me. It's bigger than all this old bullshit.
And he even says that he vowed to never go back on Sanetta, but he realized, oh, it's bigger than me. Bigger than all this other bullshit. I'm sorry for using a profanity. I was just repeating. I was just quoting him. So look at how he lowers his face. How he puts his head down, knowing that he's full of BS.
Make you go on side. Tell people when I go on side. So someone asked me, and I keep telling people, and I tell people when I go on Saturday, I say the same motherfucking thing. I said I may go on Sundays to give a message out. He may invite me every blue moon. And I vowed I would never go back on there. But when I did, I said it's a bigger picture. It's bigger than Sonetta. It's bigger than me. It's bigger than all this old bullshit.
So all this yelling, all this outcry, all this pretending to be in favor of the victims of sexual acts, of rape, of pedophilia, is hypocrisy. It's out of the window. If he can't get on this platform, he will get on that platform. That's just an excuse. He wants to be heard. He wants to be heard so bad. Now, just before I close out, and everybody's welcome if they want to say something, because I saw Babylon done earlier, right as I started the live stream, and I saw your message. But brother, you will need to get on the platform. I cannot just call people outside of the live streams. It's like, take this opportunity when I'm live streaming. So I just want you to see that for the record. If there's any females, I follow this dude. He might say that was a long time ago, because it was a long time ago. It was 8 years ago. It was in 2014. I'm sharing this in the chat. Now, this is what he had to say. Chief X, women are the biggest cheaters and liars. Because some people will try to play the feminist card. Chief X speaks. Women cheat and lie all the time. They cheat on men emotionally, mentally, and psychologically, and hurt men, causing a reaction to women's actions towards him. All right. So it's going to be so funny when I'm going to see some woman, regardless of the ethnic background, riding with this dude. And hear the respect that he shows to people who have passed away. Not who are alive, people who have passed away. All right. I'm going to share it in the chat so you can see it. We have 38 people online now. Is that people like the juicy stuff, not the information. But to each his own. I've shared the link to get on the platform, but I will show you again. Now look at this video from Chief X, which was just a year ago. So that was 2021. Dr. Sebi died in 2016, if I'm not mistaken. And you see the title? FU star K, Dr. Sebi, mucus is your friend. You see the level of respect that he has for somebody who died? Did Dr. Sebi deserve that? And the icing on the cake, I'm even sharing the link in the chat so you have the link to the query, to the search. Boom. This is a search for Sanetta on Chief X's channel. A year ago, Chief X uploaded a video entitled Sanetta is a devil. A year ago. But yet he just said yesterday that he would get on the platform. Then he has Sanetta and Polite on trial a year ago. Then a year ago he wrote Sanetta TV and HOK, that's House of Consciousness, is a criminal enterprise. So that's what he said a year ago. And you have seen once again the predator, but he has no problem going on the platform. So he's not practicing what he's preaching. He's accusing me and other people of being dead wrong for being on the platform when somebody called in, but yet he said he would go there. So I'm done with this. It's really ridiculous on your part, Chief X. You're messing with the wrong one if you try to mess with me. You are. Now, I'm all the way in Europe. You guys are more or less close to these guys. You guys can do the lookup. We don't have that lookup of criminal or history here in France. We don't have it. You guys have it in America. So yes, I've spoken now against the rape and pedophilia. and I've documented what people have stated publicly. If people in America don't speak about it publicly, how would I know about it? I don't live in America. Chief X spoke about that rapper. I haven't seen any paperwork, but apparently he's in jail. So it's up to the community to let us know the deal. But Chief X needs to stop acting like, oh my goodness, that guy was on. The guy was not convicted. He's accused, yes, not convicted. He's been free for a year and a half, and everybody's supposed to get off the panel. But Chief X himself will go there if he's invited, if he has the opportunity. He's salty, he's mad now that he can no longer go there. Reggie, when Reggie lost his mind, even said that Chief X was formidable. So Chief X was feeling himself. Chief X went on Sanetta Studios, which is a very large platform. He was feeling himself. Now nobody wants him on their platform. Now he's bitter and salty. So now he's looking for an excuse for a talking point. So you have to be careful of what kind of accusations or insinuations you want to make, Chief X. I'm not your enemy, but you can really not. You're not in a position to mess with me. I mean, you can try if you want to. And for those who don't know, I'm sharing the link again, and I'm going to wait a little bit. So link to get on the panel. Thank you to Lloyd for the Cash App. I appreciate that. Why is it not refreshing here? Okay. Oh, also Gebra. Thank you for Gebra. Thank you for your Cash App. Gebra wrote a message saying Chief X is a natural hater / agent. Well, I wouldn't go there, but a hater, yes, I would agree. Definitely. I definitely agree that Chief X is a hater. So anyway, need to get on the panel. Boom. Now, for those who don't know, only the members of the channel can put comments in the chat. It's members only because I notice I don't really get the support like that, So, and I'm tired. It's been years, like 2 to 3 years. I've been live streaming on a very regular basis. So many people say they will support me, then they don't support me. There's even a guy who sent me a Cash App, and he canceled the Cash App. I mean, I don't want to keep repeating myself for forever. So, if people want to get on the panel, they can. The only requirement is that they show their face. They use a webcam. That's it. So if Chief X want to come, oh, here's Chief X. There it is. No, webcam, please, brother. Please. You have the webcam on before I put you in the panel. Can you hear me, brother Chief X?
Yeah, I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, please use the webcam because I saw you had a webcam before I put you on the panel.
Yeah, I'm just in bed. So in this, can you hear me? Let me
Yeah, take your time. Ain't that beautiful?
Okay, I removed the YouTube. I'm in bed, so allow me to do this. I always have my camera on 95% of the time. It's just Christmas. I'm in bed. Allow me to talk. Okay, can you hear me,
brother? I mean, you can put a shirt on. You can take your time. I'm here. I have time.
I'm showing up. I did the first step. Jesus Christ, are you gonna just run me out of here?
I don't want to run you. I just want you to use a webcam.
Okay, brother. So I'm letting you know. I'm explaining to you and communicating like an adult. I'm in bed right now. I wish not to have my camera on.
Go ahead.
I usually have my camera on 95% of the time. This is great. Okay, thank you.
I'm making an exception for you. Okay.
Okay, thank you. This is how human beings act. Okay, thank you. Okay. So I didn't put my foot in my mouth. I didn't expose myself. The context of your video, the context of my video is the words pedophilia and dirtbags. In child molestation, I was talking about. If someone beat somebody up, if someone scammed somebody, if someone just displayed bad behavior, that doesn't mean I won't come on a panel and discuss with them and beat their ass in an intellectual war. Everything you posted of me talking about Polite is me exposing Polite, is the Chief X exposing evil and bad behavior in the conscious community. If you want to get on me for that, good. That's what I'm known for, and I stand on it. So I made all those videos about Polite and Sonetter's evil and called it out
when no one else did. That's what a man does because he's protector of women and children. Now, what you're doing is the sleight of hand mind game. I was doing that because Polite was accused of molestation of a 14-year-old girl, and I have not been seen on no panel with Polite after an accusation of sexual abuse of children. That's the context, and that was my point. You guys are on panels and invite people on panels and kikiing and laughing and rubbing shoulders with people after allegations of sexual abuse. That you won't see me doing that. That was my point, okay? So when I went on Sonetters to battle Polite, Sonetter had to beg and plead, please, Chief X, just debate him on this health topic. Please, Chief X, don't bring up nothing else. There was no rape allegations at this time. This is way before that.
Yes, yes. That was
so I said, okay, Sonetter, I will not bring up any scamming Polite's done, but I'm going to embarrass him in front of the community. And that was the point of me getting on there. And I whooped his butt intellectually on a health topic and embarrassed him in front of the community. And I went to war with him. It was no laughing and kiki matter with me.
And did you see us laughing and kikiing with Polite?
No, I'm not saying you were doing that. I was my point. I wasn't just speaking about you. I was really talking about the community in general. And I used you in an example at one point because you made a video talking about pedophiles, but then that same day you were on a panel with a pedophile. That's strange.
Well, he's accused. He hasn't been convicted. And
right. So I'm not going to use that excuse. I'm a man with street smart. I know Polite. Polite has a history of messing with underage girls. Polite has a history of praising Dr. York. Polite said Dr. York is still his God, regardless of how many children he raped. Okay, so we're not confused. And I know how to put two and two together. And this is how I feel. And when a person like that gets accused and they find semen stains on him, at that point, street smart cats are supposed to back off, but they don't.
Well, the thing is, you're saying some semen was found. The guy's been free for a year and a half. So if it really bothers you, you should holler at the justice system.
We're clear on what happened. Maybe you're not. Ask me and I'll tell you what happened. It was an administrative mistake. They even spoke on this on one of his court dates when he was streaming on in the court. They say it was an administrative mistake. He should have never been allowed to get bail. But initially, he was allowed to get bailed before certain facts came out or what have you, and he got out. And but they told him if he speaks on the court case, if he contacts the mother of the child, if he does any kind of communication, any innuendos, his bail will be revoked and he will be locked up. Trust me, in February he has a trial date. Polite is going to prison for a long time.
Well, I cannot guess the future, and we will see. But the thing is that you criticize us for being on the panel while Polite was there, and you said yourself you will go on that same channel. You know,
no, that's not my point. That was not my point. My point was I will not be on a panel with a pedophile.
Well, so far it's an accusation. I mean, people are supposed to be guilty.
Right now it's an accusation, but in my heart I believe it. And 90% of the people believe it. You can defend him if you want to, but I won't defend him. I believe Polite is guilty of that and many other offenses, and he has no moral compass.
And you have the right to say that because you see, when I was actually,
that's just how I feel, and I will not defend him. I know this nigga. I'm from the streets. In my intuition, this nigga is a child predator, and he's known for that.
That's right, but it's not a fact so far. Because if I'm accused of,
bro, this is what I'm telling you. Listen to what I'm telling you. I know it's not a fact in the court date had. We're talking about it. His court date is in February. He will be convicted. So it's not a fact right now. I'm just telling you what I feel and what I believe. I don't give a fuck about the court. I don't give a fuck about if he's accused in allegations. That nigga did that shit to me.
Well, we'll see. But the things
and I stand on that as a grown man.
I hear you.
And if anybody got a problem with it, I don't give a fuck.
Well, listen. If I'm accused of molesting a child,
listen, we don't have to go back and forth over that. I know Polite, and he did that shit. And I'm not going to debate that shit.
No, I'm not trying to debate that. I'm not trying to debate something that I don't have any information about. We will see with the trial. But if I'm accused, people might be quick to say, "Oh, that's messed up. I never liked Shaka anyway. I knew something was up with this dude and stuff like that."
No. I would not do that. Not me. Well, I'm an intelligent man with great common sense. I'm going to say, hey, these accusations. Listen, bro. I was a youth counselor for 10 years. You're talking to an expert. I worked at Edelman's Children's Court in Monterey Park as a legal assistant. That's a dependency court. That court for only kids who've been abused go to that court. I'm an expert. I was a legal assistant there for 2 years. I was a youth counselor for 10 years. I know the system, and I know people with priors, and I wouldn't say that about you. I know there's false allegations on people. And if you had no background and you seemed like a decent person, I wouldn't accuse you of that until the court case happened. Polite is not that kind of person in that kind of situation.
Are you saying that he has been convicted before?
Listen to what I'm telling you. I'm telling you I'm an honorable, intelligent man, and I know how to weave through and figure out shit. I would not make that accusation on any person, but Polite for sure, without a doubt. He's guilty of that shit. And tell him he can sue me if he got a problem with it.
Well, but we'll find out with the trial. But you see, when I was
when the trial come in February and this nigga doing 15 years, I'm gonna come back and I need you getting niggas to apologize to me.
I'm not accusing you wrongfully, so I don't.
I need all y'all to apologize and say Chief X was right, 100%. He was supposed to be on. He was supposed to be on a pedophile's ass. Chief X was supposed to be calling out scammers. He's doing the right thing.
But what if he's not convicted? Will you apologize?
He will be convicted. I am 100% positive. I'm trying to tell you right now, listen to what I'm telling you. And I'm an expert. I've seen it all. This nigga has 6 semen stains against him in court. It's over.
So they say.
It's not so they say. This is a fact.
Well, we'll find out. But he's been free for a year and a half, and I think it's very fishy for me. But
because he got bail. He got bail, and he's been getting continuances, and he got an expensive, good lawyer who's draining his pockets and keeping him out, so the lawyer can make more money. And then when the court case comes, he's gonna get his ass convicted, and the lawyer gonna sit back and after all this money he collecting from Polite, and all you cats gonna be sitting here looking crazy.
Well,
all them people who was in the chat talking about Polite is the GOAT. We miss Polite and all that shit that was going on in that chat. Did you see the chat?
No, I didn't see the chat. I was just
okay. It's very disturbing.
Well, I mean, anybody can be accused, and people are supposed to be innocent until proven guilty, and everybody's entitled to a fair trial. But what I'm trying to say, if you allow me, I've been trying to say this when I was inside of the studios as a guest when I had the interview. I actually started talking about the Hebrew guy, and I said, Garfield talked about it, and Sanetta, just stopped me from saying it, and I had to respect his platform, so I left it alone. But Garfield publicly stated that the guy that you named was convicted twice, he thinks. So it means he was convicted at least once for sexual acts against a minor. And that guy was on Zion Lex as a guest. Zion Lex made several videos against Polite. But yet a guy who was convicted, Polite was not convicted yet, but the guy who was allegedly convicted for that, Zion Lex didn't have a problem having him on his platform. And that's why I spoke on that.
What's his name again? I forget his name.
He's the Hebrew guy.
The Hebrew guy. The mighty Hebrew. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They love these pedophiles. They love these niggas.
And I'm only saying that because Garfield publicly stated that. I don't know about the facts, And there's another guy who debated Seti, Nasi. Garfield said that he was also he also done sexual misconduct against children, and he's been sheltered by some Hebrew groups. So I only spoke about public matters that were talked about publicly. You see, it's not just me targeting the Hebrews for the sake of it. If I find out that some people who are Kemetic or African centered, and they have, as a matter of fact, Karenga wrote a book about Ma'at. He wrote a book about Kemet. And Kwanzaa. I mean, how do you feel about Kwanzaa? Do you celebrate that? Do you agree with that?
I mean, I don't celebrate Kwanzaa. I mean, I embrace Christmas. I'm a Black American.
Oh, you're Christian?
So, no, I'm not a Christian.
Okay,
I'm a Black American.
But you see,
I'm a pantheist.
What does that mean, pantheist?
I'm a lightweight atheist, but I'm a pantheist.
Okay.
We consider the all the one.
Okay. And Karenga is being praised. Now, the fact that he raped is not established. We don't have the reports from the court case. He has miraculously disappeared. But I've played several times Dale Jones. And do you want to play Dale Jones? It's only a few minutes long. It's only 30 seconds long. Let me just play it now.
We haven't brought closure to Karenga. We let him build a holiday. The same one who set up Black Panthers in ambushes at UCLA and other places. The same one who tortured his wife and another woman brutally, sticking bottles in their vagina, using electrical shocks, and the FBI saved him.
So the torture is attested because that's what he went to jail for. Now the rape, we had Dale Jones who said that publicly. Probably Dale Jones had some information that we didn't have, you know. But yet he's celebrating, and people are celebrating Kwanzaa. And by the way, besides the alleged rape and the attested torture, even though he might claim it was COINTELPRO, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa is a plagiarism of Hanukkah, the Jewish festival, the Jewish holiday. So Polite was not convicted, and so many people want to go at him, but people are praising Karenga and celebrating Kwanzaa. It's a bit off there, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's all crazy.
Yeah.
So I wasn't in Karenga's time around him or any of these people, so I can't read him and don't know his personality. So that's something for people in that day to do.
Well, John Henry Clark called him a faker. You know, we have it on tape. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, a lot of these dudes was just chasing clout.
Which dudes?
A lot of them. He's an Afrocentric. Even the guy Dale you had on, all them cats is Afrocentrics who ran in the same circles.
You mean John Henry Clark or Karenga?
No, they're all Afrocentrics. I'm saying Karenga's an Afrocentric also.
Yeah, well, you know, Afrocentric just means African-centered, you know, and a lot of people like to use that term when we talk about Black history. For example, if I say, look, this is Amenhotep III, and to me, you look Black. This is from the Louvre Museum, by the way. And because I saw your video, I've used Osiris.net, you know, and the guy, I mean, if you want to talk about it, it's on you, you know. If you want to talk about it, we can talk about it. But that one is from the Louvre Museum, you know. And
you're correct. I did some further research, right? The picture you have in the back is from the Louvre Museum. But the thing is funny about it, it was
and there's another one where your P is darker.
No. Let so people can understand. Now they have a picture of the Amenhotep III behind you, right?
Akhenaten's father, yes.
Right. Now they have a picture on him in the walls in the tombs in Egypt. So you can't bring a wall or a tomb and put it in a museum. So what they did was, my understanding is, you see how it's.
Sometimes they take parts of it, you know. There's even a whole mastaba in the Louvre Museum, and they took it from Kemet. But keep going.
Right, but they didn't do this one that way. So the picture I showed of him,
they did that way. That one was from his temple. He was from his
No, when you look up this one you have behind you in the Louvre Museum, it's some kind of pieced up
yes,
paperwork.
Exactly. Yes, yeah. They actually took it from the wall, you know.
Right.
Painting, yes.
Yeah, so it's different. But when you go to the tomb and see him on the wall, he's depicted as what I show him, not that. They pieced that together with some paper or something.
Okay. So basically, okay. You're talking about the one where he appears darker, right? And
no, he's lighter. He's lighter. The one you guys show is the darker one. You guys will always show the darker one.
Okay, all right. So that one we established, you agree, this one is genuine. It's from the Louvre Museum, right?
It's in the Louvre Museum, but I'm saying it's an explanation needed for people to understand. It's not like the one on the tombs in Egypt. That one is lighter.
Well, sometimes you might see some artifacts where they are slightly lighter, slightly darker, but this is red ochre. And we're talking about artifacts that are thousands of years old. See, Amenhotep III lived around 1300 BC. So that's 3,300 years old. And the color naturally fades over time. And that's the reason why sometimes it will be darker, sometimes it will be lighter. And you actually came in the chat when I did my video, Black Ancient Egyptians. And I also did the part 2. I think you might have come in part 2, and you said something like too much. I forgot the word you use, and then you say I'm out. But I do have, and I can show you now. Actually, I'm glad that you're here because I can show you. I'm going to show you. Yes, go ahead, brother.
Yeah. So here's the thing, though. This lookership thing is out of control, right? So like I've showed pictures, right? I went through a whole thing and showed pictures of all the. Like I can show 9 pale or non-black looking Egyptians, then I can find 1 black looking one. Why would I always just cherry pick the black looking ones? That's what Afrocentrics have done, and they leave the other thousands out. So all on the internet is flooded with these dark images. A lot of them are Nubians, a lot of them are all these old things. But you guys cherry pick wooden bust, and you do all this mind game stuff that you run from the DNA talk.
Well, the DNA, we need to find out where they took the DNA from and at what time period. And all these artifacts
we know already.
You can show. Well, okay, but all these artifacts that people show where they are light, they are usually showing the late period, which is from about 400 BC, basically the time when the Greeks ruled, you see. But usually the older the artifacts are and the blacker they are, like this one here. This is not a Nubian. This is from Museo Egizio in Torino, in Italy, in the city of Turin. Yes.
I don't think that's an Egyptian or a Nubian.
Well, that's the video here. It's only like I can put the volume. It's only 3 minutes.
But isn't that wood? Isn't that wood?
I think it is wood, and I will show actually the.
So it's just showing a melanated human is what it's showing.
Okay, so to you, that's not a black person there.
No.
Well, okay, well, but
I'm not familiar with that picture, so I really don't want to speak on it. But I don't want to sit here and cherry pick all dark pictures. Well, I'm not sure because I can sit here and flood you with a whole bunch of white ones.
Yes, but once again, if you show me, it's like you see Australia. If I show you the inhabitants of Australia, the people who rule Australia, we know they are of European descent. But the Aborigines, we know that they are not white skin. They have dark or black skin. And it's the same with ancient Egypt. They were conquered by first the Assyrians towards 600 BC. Then after the Assyrians, we had the Greeks with Alexander the Great, who came from Macedonia, but that's the Greek Empire. And after them, the Romans came probably around 50 BC. So what they usually do, they show the inhabitants of Egypt, like Cleopatra. She's from the dynasty of the Ptolemy. A lot of people claim that Cleopatra was black, and I disagree with that. She was from the Greek dynasty. She couldn't have been black, So great. Yeah, so that's what they like to do. Indeed, yes, we can see plenty of white skin ancient Egyptians, but what is the date? Now, you see this one that I'm showing you, that's not the only one. I've been to museums for years in many different countries. We have so many, and usually that's like.
Fam, I'm gonna tell you this right now, and I tried to get somebody. I tried to bait somebody. They wouldn't do it because they know they would get slaughtered. I said, let's one day, you put up a picture, I put up a picture, and let's see who outlasts as far as who looks white and black. I guarantee you will only be able to post about 20, while I'm going on 200.
Well, but if you show me the Greeks,
so why focus on those 20 and ignore those 180?
But brother, I'm glad we're having the discussion. I'm really glad.
No, but listen to that. I gave you some great logic. Listen to what I'm telling you. I guarantee you can't. I will outlast anyone. If we want to play picture game,
I'll take that debate.
Now, that wasn't a debate. I said pictures.
I'll debate
You post a picture of what you think is a black African. I'll post a picture of what I think is an Egyptian, and we can go back and forth.
No, I'm
and
not
I
telling you
guarantee
what I think.
let me just finish this
Defense,
statement.
Okay, go ahead.
I guarantee you will be done after about 25 pictures, and I will be going on for hundreds of pictures showing what looks like white folk.
Okay, yes, and what would be the time frame you would be using?
From pre-dynastic times till now.
Okay, good. I'll take you on that. Would you like to do it?
Now, one more thing you got to understand, and this is what people avoid.
No, Chief X, I told you I'll take
I'm about to answer you. I'm gonna answer you, but I'm trying to show you where you're gonna fuck up. Just listen. I'm trying to help at the same time. This is what people don't answer. Maya forever, shaka dugu. Nubian women, 100% of the time, listen to my wording, 100% of the time is depicted brown or black. Egyptian women are yellow and white. That's how you know who is who, and there's no way around that. You can philosophize your way away from that, but you got to think and ask yourself, maybe I just hit you with a shocker, slow down and think about it. Why are the Egyptian women white and yellow, which they painted Egyptian women, but the Nubian women are black and brown? Because Egyptians wasn't black. That's why.
Well, I have an answer for you.
Hold on,
and before I answer, yes, Priest has proposed to have a discussion. We might not call it a debate. He has proposed to have a discussion with you about that. Do you agree to have that discussion with Brother Chris?
No, it wasn't this discussion. That's what I'm saying. See, Brother Chris is trying to manipulate my wording.
No,
I didn't say nothing about no discussion.
Well, you just said that you would answer.
If we would have a discussion, we would have a topic. I simply said, let's have a picture sharing contest.
But you just challenged. Excuse me, Brother Shaka. I hate just to do this, but one thing I'm noticing here is your wordplay that you used. You just blame the conscious community for lookership. I told you that I would be using artifacts from a certain time period. And you just mentioned that you would show us white images from pre-dynastic Egypt. And I said I would take you on that. And you said that you would be able to outdo me on it as far as artifacts and images of Egyptians. Then you stated that they would be lighter than Nubians. You even threw in a precursor and said, well, those are Nubians, those are Egyptians, because they're lighter. Do you?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that, bro. I didn't say that.
You just said it.
No, you're taking my words out of you're taking my words out of context.
Okay. Well, do you want to have a discussion?
I said the Egyptian women and Nubian women. You failed to mention that. That is crucial to the point I was making.
Sir, you said that you would show them that they would be whiter. That's what you said.
No. I did not say that. Let me be clear on what I said. I did not say that. Let me be clear and say it again. I said Egyptian women are painted either yellow or white in ancient Egypt iconography. Nubian women are painted brown and black 100% of the time.
Okay.
So you won't find Nubian women really being white.
Okay, brother. So do you agree to have a debate/discussion with Brother Chris, and you can share your pictures? Do you agree to have that?
No. I will have a debate if we have a more substantive topic, not that topic. No. Listen. Listen. Slow down, y'all.
Right quick. I want to do a screen share right quick.
No. Hold on. What I'm saying is, No. Listen. Slow down.
Here.
I'm saying I would love to engage.
This woman right here was white. He said Queen T. He told us she was white. This is what he told
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that, Chris Harris. I did never said that, Chris Harris.
Hold on.
No, let me clarify what I said.
That this afro on her was a
no,
wig.
I didn't say that. I did not say that, Chris Harris. This is why I won't debate him, because people lie for no reason. If you're being honest, I can talk to you. But when you lie on me, I have to stop you.
We're listening to you, Brother Chief X. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't know why he does this. I continue to say Caucasian, Caucasoid. I didn't say white. I always make a distinction between a white person to me
is like somebody from UK, Germany, England. Hold on. Let me be clear. Germany, England, that's white to me. I don't call Arabs white. I don't call Berbers white. They're not white people to me. This is why I say the Egyptians are neither white nor black. They are Caucasoid. When I say Caucasoid, that doesn't mean white. When I'm saying, I've explained this over and over. So I'm saying that the Berbers and the Arabs, according to physical anthropology, would be classified as Caucasoid. I said Queen T, her genetic composition goes back to West Asia. She is mtDNA K. I'm stating facts. It's a fact that her mtDNA is K, which is West Asia. She's Caucasoid. That's what I said.
All right. Well, Brother Chief X, you said you don't call Arabs white. This is the king of Arabia. Is he white to you there?
He's not a white man to me.
Okay. Is he a Caucasian?
He would be classified as Caucasoid, yes.
All right. So he's Caucasoid. But your stance is that the ancient Egyptians were Caucasoids from pre-dynastic time until today. Is that correct?
This is the stance of the whole entire world of academia, not just me. The entire world of academia will tell you Berbers and Arabs are Caucasian. What are you talking about?
No,
this is not nothing I'm making up.
No, but Chief
this is not an opinion.
Chief X, I don't disagree that the Berbers and the Arabs are Caucasoids. I disagree that the ancient Egyptians were Caucasoids.
Well, the ancient Egyptians are the same as the modern day Egyptians, which are Caucasoid. They are 68% made up of the genetic composition of the ancient Egyptians. So what we see today is 68% of what the ancient ones look like. They're Caucasoid.
Okay, you seem to rely only on the DNA, but they can pick DNA from the Delta or from the late period. If they don't pick the DNA from the 18th dynasty, it's normal that they will come up with this. But here, just to answer your question about why they look like this, I've shared the link in the chat before. Now, this is very short. This is the Louvre Museum. It's not me. They themselves, though it is French, I will have to translate, and everybody is free to pause and ask a French speaker if I'm making it up. So here.
Greetings, Louvre Museum, Paris, France. Now, I'd like to show this one. This is a whole family. You can clearly see the phenotype. And some of you might wonder, why is that woman looking yellow while the other males are looking red? Well, if we look at the description, we are told that this is Betchu and his family. It's around 1500 BCE, Betchu and his family. Painted limestone, beginning of 18th dynasty, reference is there. And it says that the limestone is painted in order to better imitate life. But this painting is conventional. Yellow ochre for the skin of women, red ochre for that of the men.
So you have it, but the Chief X, this is a convention. That's the reason why the females usually appear lighter.
Bro, you can make any kind of excuse what you want to do it. Why isn't that the reason? Why that's not the reason why the Nubian women are light?
Yeah, but you know, it's funny. You keep talking about the Nubian woman, but you know, Chris has clearly offered a discussion with you, not to say a debate, and it seems like you're declining. You know, and you have the
no. I just see, this is what I'm saying. I clearly said I would love to have a discussion or debate with Chris, but we would have to have a more substantive title of the debate, not the one depicting pictures. I don't want to do that one. That one's too petty. I clearly said this.
Brother,
why are you like playing this mind game?
You wanted us to go through pictures. You said it yourself earlier.
No. Oh my God! If you guys are going to be disingenuous, I don't need to be here. I'm clearly stating what my point is.
Okay.
Okay, can I talk real quick?
It's not manipulating my words. Just be real for a second.
Okay. Well, okay. Just before you speak, Brother Chris. So, what proposition do you make, Brother Chief X, if you agree to have a discussion or debate with Brother Chris? Just go ahead. What proposition do you make when it comes to the title and or the topic? Because the most important is the topic.
So, right. So we'll have to sit down and figure out a topic we can have a debate or discussion on, and where we're going to do this at.
Let's do that now. Then let's figure out a topic. Could it be the color or the race of the ancient Egyptians? Would that suit you, Brother Chris?
Yeah, real quick, before we get to negotiating debates for me and stuff like that, I want to show everybody exactly what Chief X said about Queen T.
Okay,
now,
go ahead.
I do agree with him that he is moving, he is bringing forth science. Let me stop sharing right quick, because in defense of him, I do agree with his position that we should study West Africa a whole lot more. I am in agreement with him, but I don't separate Egypt from Africa. I don't separate North Africa from the rest of Africa. It's all African civilization. That's the first thing I want him to understand.
But who does that? What person does that?
I'm talking. Can I finish?
Okay, but does anybody do that?
Well, Chief X, let us let.
Does anybody on the planet do that?
Here come the meltdown now. Why is it?
No. I'm saying that. This was one question. He can continue. Does anybody on the planet do that,
brother?
Okay. Just go ahead. Continue, brother, please. It's okay. Continue, brother, please.
So
yeah, I wasn't interrupting. It was just one question. That was
interrupting me as I'm talking.
It's
that
okay.
is
No
an
problem.
interruption.
No, because you're acting like I'm just trying to interrupt you, and I'm just stating one simple question.
I don't want you talking to me while I'm talking
okay,
right
so you're making but that's what I'm saying. I'm not going to do no discussion where people are being disingenuous. I don't know one person who thinks. I don't know one person who thinks that North Africa is not in Africa. These are false equivalents, and these are fake arguments, and these are fake narratives.
Okay, but Chief X, we gotta let our brother Chris speak, though. We've let you speak.
Okay, but he got to be real. It's a fake narrative, but it's a fake that somebody acting like North Africa is not Africa. If we're saying North Africa, it's clearly Africa.
It is Africa, indeed. So go ahead, brother Chris.
Okay, thank you. And as we can see in the picture that he has right here, he even has an ankh on in this picture, which is weird.
Yes, that was a picture when I was a cult member. That picture was 9 years ago when I was in a cult member, and I was dumb and I was brainwashed like y'all. That's what that picture is from.
Okay,
but that was a long time ago. Earlier at Nubia.
Okay. So you got the explanation? When I was dumb and in a cult, that's what that picture is for. Does he want to kind of try to shoot a shot and make some explanation? Again, some more disingenuous bullshit.
You want to know why he gets upset?
No, Chris.
No, I'm getting upset when people are disingenuous. I keep saying the same thing. You're disingenuous. Why would you try to shoot a shot that I have an ankh on in a picture when you know where I was coming from? I got tattoos on my arms of ankhs. I got Egyptian artwork.
All right. I'm sorry. I've muted everybody. I don't like doing that. I don't want to mute you. Please let us speak one at a time. So I'm going to unmute you all. Okay, and brother Chief X, really, you should let Chris speak.
I am, but please, he needs to be honest. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, we hear you. So Chris, go ahead.
Just don't lie on me, and I won't be triggered.
Okay, so, go ahead, Chris. Chris, go ahead.
First of all, and since he interrupted me, they do separate North Africa from Africa. This is where you get sub-Sahara Africa from. That is a political motive that they use to separate Africa from everything below the Sahara, which makes absolutely no sense from that of its northern civilizations, because according to them, Africans of the sub-Saharan phenotype could not have produced that, which is a lie. 75% of North Africa is covered by the Sahara. So there's no such thing as sub-Sahara Africa. So I want to get back on point. And in order to stay on point here, I want to do a quick screen share, because I want to show that he's very disingenuous with his presentation. And I want to show everybody something. Here is Queen T. There we go. Here is Queen T.
But Chief X, you get a chance to respond. I promise you get a chance to respond, Chief.
No, I'm not going to be here for no presentations. I'm trying to say something real quick because I got to go.
Statement here. Okay. Now, what he did was he said,
I got to go. Can you let him finish after I go?
Okay. See, he doesn't want to stay in.
No, I'm asking out of from grown men to grown men, brother. I'm telling you.
But I have to go. Can I just make a statement before I go? I have to make a run.
Okay, if you have to go, then go ahead, and then Chris.
And he can continue when I get off. He can continue his thing.
Okay, he will play what you said about Queen.
You will never be able to stand in front of me.
Okay, so
well, Chris, let the brother speak because he has to go. So, and then Chris.
Yeah, I do gotta run. I gotta make a run to a family house real quick.
Okay, but thank you for coming. Before you go, I want to say thank you for coming. But go ahead, Chief X.
Yeah. I forgot my goddamn point.
So I can tell you since you forgot.
No. This is my point. When I'm having a conversation with people, I like to be real and honest. I like to quote them accurately. I like to represent them accurately. I've never misrepresented anyone. Okay, I've told everybody that I used to be a Kemet head. I got tattoos, and I told everybody I've changed. So knowing that, and if you're talking to me, you got to be real and respect that and say, okay, this is what he did say. Don't try to do no gotcha moments with me. I'm not here for that. Okay. But I do got to go. He can do his presentation what he wants and show a bust and Queen T, but he will not show you Queen T's DNA that is listed in Wikipedia. Okay. Right. That's a wooden bust. It's a wooden bust and it's a headdress.
Okay.
So if you want to, he can cherry pick all day when I'm gone. Good.
But why not?
I'm willing to have a discussion. If, and a matter of fact, I will come back on this video and put a topic in the caption. Let's more so. I would this would be a fitting topic.
But we should choose now. Let's choose now, brother.
No, this would be a fitting. So let's figure out a topic now. Then
I told you real quick. Let me finish.
What, Chris?
No, hold on.
I'm gonna go. But let me just throw out my suggestion.
You gonna go? If you gonna leave, then
I'm about to go. Let me throw out my suggestion.
Now, Chief X, choose the topic. Choose the topic, and we ask Chris if he agrees. Go ahead.
Are the ancient Egyptians Negroid or Caucasoid in physical anthropology?
All right, brother Chris, do you agree with that topic?
No, because it's a disingenuous title. Because modern anthropologists are in fact Eurocentrists that try and push their agenda, which that's the agenda that you're supporting. And if you're going to say that they're Caucasian or Caucasoid, what time period are you talking about so I can know which one to attack and study?
So
for instance, when I sat here and said Queen T was from West Asia, nobody moved and said, "Oh, he's trying to separate Asia." Or he trying. If I say Southeast Asia and I represent the Vietnamese people, nobody says, "Oh, he's trying to separate Asia." It's geography, and as I say Sub-Saharan Africa, people have a heart attack because they want to blend it all to one Africa and one people, and then on the flip side, they'll say Africa is the most diverse continent. Well, if it's the most diverse continent, that means they have different races there. But and North Africa is one of those different races. So I've tried to use the word black. I've tried to use the word Negroid. I've tried to use Caucasoid. I've tried to use every terminology. And then they acted like they don't know what black people is no more. So I just say, I'm talking about black people, the Black Man of the Nile, Dr. Ben's book. And everybody played dumb, like there's no such thing as black people. There's a social construct. So now I'm trying to lean on Negroid and Caucasoid, and that won't be good enough because I know everybody knows what a Negroid is. Whether they want to play this anthropology game or not, they know exactly what a Negroid is. They got.
Chris, do you have a proposition of a title for a discussion or debate with Chief X?
Well, you know what, Chief X? Many times when you try to talk to this brother, what he does is he cuts in and he hollers out that
I know, but you know,
and he never leaves. No, there is no title because I just asked him what time period was he talking about.
What time period, Chief X?
Do you want to talk?
Okay, let from pre-dynastic,
listen to him. Go ahead, Chief.
You asked me what time period.
Okay. From pre-dynastic
to what? Normally do.
Okay. From pre-dynastic.
You asked me for time period. Now when I answer, you stop me.
No, it's okay. We're listening to you, brother.
The time period I'm talking about is from we can go 30,000 up until today. But let's just say pre-dynastic Egypt, where we all them artifacts, and we seen the oldest artifact mummy is ginger with the blonde hair in pre-dynastic Egypt. You got something on that?
They have pre-dynastic mummies?
Okay.
You never heard of ginger?
Well,
one more time. Is that a pre-dynastic mummy? Is what I'm asking you.
My forever, he's not qualified to fuck with me.
Okay.
No, I'm asking him a question.
It's clear. You don't want to debate Chief X, and it's fine. You don't have an obligation to debate, and it's okay. It's fine. So thank you very much for being there. But I would say I don't know where you get that Queen T was from Western Asia. You know, to my knowledge.
In Wikipedia. I got a video presentation on it. It's called Queen T. No, stop, because this is the mind game. You guys seen it. It's called Queen T. Queen T. No, listen. King Tut and Queen T is Caucasian. I got a full-blown presentation. I'm showing the facts. There's no way around it.
Oh, we heard you, and I don't.
No, yeah, people are acting like the video don't exist. That's what you guys are doing. You showed every other video I got up. You didn't see the one that says Queen T and King Tut is Caucasian, and I prove it.
You know, I have
deal with that one.
Well, rebut that one on there either.
All right, okay.
Yeah, rebut that one.
Okay, well, I have already, brother Chief X. The video is called Black Ancient Egyptians.
No, you ain't rebutted that one. I've never seen my video on your screen and you rebutting the science that I showed. No one ever has done that.
You see, I have already shown some Black Ancient Egyptians.
No, you're showing pictures. I'm talking about DNA.
Yeah, I thought you said that you couldn't show pictures.
I can show you way more pale looking Caucasian looking Egyptians than you can show me Negroid looking Egyptians.
Hey guys,
yes.
I want to show you guys something that he said out of his own mouth, and I'm trying to play this video, but Shaka, you said you had to go Chief X, and you're still here.
It's okay.
So
go ahead.
Obviously, I can play this video and finish talking now. You're still
I'm all right. So he don't want to debate the Negroid Caucasoid. I'm out of here.
Okay. I asked you what time period. You said pre-dynastic. You're saying that they were
because they've never changed. They've never changed since Narmer. They're the same people. From Narmer all the way up to the 18th dynasty, all the way to they're the same people. They didn't change.
Chief X, what date do
you want? What are you talking about?
Okay.
What period?
What date? What date? He said from pre-dynastic time until today. So does that?
When did they change? When did they leave? When did they get killed?
But brother Chief X, if you want to have the debate, why do you ask the questions that you should ask?
Yeah, but he don't even want to have a topic.
But we have the
he disagrees with black, he disagrees with white, he disagrees with Negroid, he disagrees with Caucasoid. I don't know what to use with these niggas.
Calm down, Chief X. I mean, I don't know why you see. We're not your enemies, Chief X. We have the right.
Okay, listen. The perfect debate is that topic. Were the ancient Egyptians Caucasoid or Negroid? That is the perfect title.
From pre-dynastic time until today. Is that fine with you, Brother Chief X?
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Brother Chris, are you okay with that topic?
I would rather debate, are the pre-dynastic Egyptians Negroid?
So would you be okay with that?
He's saying that they're not. I'm telling you that they
were. Okay. So so he doesn't want to talk about the ancient.
I'm telling
he wants to only deal with pre-dynastic Egypt. I'm getting some clarity. I'm getting some clarity. So you're deciding not against that. So you don't want to deal with ancient Egyptians. You want to deal with pre-dynastic Egyptians.
I tried to have a conversation with him.
Okay,
dog.
well, okay.
Right now you're enabling him. What do we got going on here?
No, stay with us, Chris. Chief X, I'm willing to have the discussion with you. We can share the pictures from pre-dynastic time until today. Do you want to do that, Chief X?
Sure.
When do you want to do that?
Well, we can do it sometime next week.
Oh, next week I go back to work. Okay,
it's Christmas. I'm damn sure not doing it today and tomorrow. So I'm just saying next week. What else do you want me to say?
I can do it today or tomorrow.
I cannot do it today or tomorrow.
Okay.
That's why I'm telling you next week.
What about Monday? Oh no, Monday. No, I can't. No, Tuesday.
Tuesday's fine, but just play it by ear. I mean, sometimes because I'm self-employed, so sometimes money might call me. I might make a delivery and run and forget some shit.
Okay, well, it's okay.
Because if I don't show up here, you gonna clown me and act like I'm running and doing all this old shit, and then you're gonna act like you don't live. You're gonna act like you don't live internationally, and we have time problems, and you're gonna play all this mind games with people and act like I'm running. Nope.
No, the Chief X,
never run.
Time problem. It's a jet lag. It's a time difference. We agreed on the time. You never showed up.
But what I'm saying is we were scheduled to have a discussion. Okay, yes. I'm just saying I got New York and LA. I got a little time confused. Is all I'm saying. It's just a little constraint because you're internationally. It wasn't about me running and all that old stuff.
Well, it's okay. I mean, I did say, 2
Okay,
p.m.
I'm
LA
popping up
time.
now on your stream. I popped up before on your stream. It has nothing to do with running. We're discussing now.
Okay, well, at sometimes when I'm live streaming and when you have time, then we can have that discussion. That's fine. So, brother Chris, go ahead then. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to one more time. I'm gonna try this again, and let's see if I get an interruption here. Now, when we take a look at Queen T here, he stated that she's a Caucasoid. Let's be honest here. He's saying she was a Caucasoid because of her DNA strain, her maternal DNA strain. This proves that she's a Caucasoid. But what he's not understanding, or what gentlemen don't understand, is that all the DNA, maternal DNA strand proves is who you were mixing with. Now, we do know this was a hub of people coming in and out of Africa, that people were coming in from the Levant, from the Mediterranean in. This does not mean she isn't black. If we look at black people today, by that same tone, by that same scholarship, you can look at black people today and you'll see they have R1, E1, Z1, B1, G1, all these different haplogroups within their DNA, because the fact that we've been mixing now since we've come across other people groups. So that does not prove anything, nor can she represent an entirety or whole of a people. Remember, she has that Western Asian blood in her because of they went through what you would call a intermediary period in which people from the Levant or the Hyksos or Shepherd Kings came over there and they ruled. So of course you're going to see admixture in her blood. That doesn't take away who she is or what the culture represents. So I want to go to the video where you said it. All right. And I'm going to just show everybody. Here's the video. And this is what he said. Let's take a close listen here. And he's going to bigthink.com. Surprising science, where the ancient Egyptians, black or white, scientists now know, which is a very Eurocentric site. So let's take a look at this and let's hear this, because we're not going to deal
lying.
with here we go.
Okay,
Told
just
you
play.
He wasn't going to be able to hold
You ain't got to do the mind game and race bait people. It's a fucking source.
Let's see what he has to say.
Oh, it's a Eurocentric source. Shut up.
Here we go. Let's go.
You don't have to go there. Just let's listen to it. Go ahead, Chris.
is very Eurocentric because
stop the cap, nigga. Stop the cap and just go on, man.
Okay,
stop all that cap and just go on. Don't race bait. Just do your thing, nigga.
Please
now I'm a nigga. I got you.
Okay, go ahead, Chris.
Let's listen to him.
Play, Chris. Okay.
Thank you. Let's go.
The sound is too
that ain't Queen T. That ain't Queen T, by the way.
It's the next slide, sir.
Okay. Can you hear the sound, Chris?
No.
No, we don't hear the sound. Chris, can you hear
And
me?
it's not Queen T. First he's talking about Queen T, and now he's showing some other shit.
But it was.
See, this is the mind games you got to deal with. Why don't he show Queen T? Why don't he show Queen T's mummy and show all that long hair, not non-nappy hair? Show her mummy, not a bust. Show her real skeletal remains. There
Chris,
we go.
Did you take the play system audio?
Hold on, real quick. I'm
playing. No, he just clicked off of it. He clicked off of her real hair.
Queen T now. And listen, can you hear it, Brother Shaka?
No, now we don't hear anything, but I can see that the volume is not on the video.
Oh yeah, because I hit mute and he started cutting in.
Okay, just go ahead, then play it then.
Okay, thank you.
Well, we don't hear any sound, so I'm thinking, when you share, you
know
have
what?
the play system audio. Like share it again.
Okay, yeah. I gotta play system.
All you gotta do is go to my video on my YouTube page, Queen T and King Tut, and it breaks it down.
We're gonna do it now.
You're gonna play some clip. You're playing some clip. You're gonna play some rush clip. Hold on. You're gonna play some rush clip.
Hold on. No, I don't.
You're trying to play some rush clip on
Unshare.
Let's go back. This isn't a rush clip. This was a debate in which you took your time and
no. This is no. We had a.
Chris, just unshare. Listen to me, please. Unshare.
Okay.
Yeah, unshare.
All right.
That's it. Now do the share again. and you should have the bottom left, play system audio.
Oh, play system audio. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, there it is.
Thank you, Shaka. I just learned something there. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
You've been teaching me how to
He ain't ready
customize
yet,
my
man.
channel all day. Hold on, let me go back here to
He ain't
settings.
he ain't ready.
Let me go
He's
back
ready,
to
he's
audio
ready.
settings. Actually, I am chief.
Lying about having a master's degree. Show your master's degree, Chris.
Well, wait.
Okay, sure.
After.
Sure.
So when you're ready, I
Yeah.
will put the stuff on the screen.
That's what I mean by liars and fraud.
Propensity to do that a lot.
Okay. But Chris, tell me when you've shared it, because I don't see it now.
Okay.
Yeah, when you gonna apologize for lying about having a master's degree?
Well,
Okay,
after we talk about
sir.
that, Chief X, we can talk about that
Sir.
later.
Liars and frauds.
no,
That's all that shit. That's all that be on Sunday.
My
Chief X is trying
criticism
to
that
start
has
something.
nothing to do with me proving that
No.
I'm.
Yes, it do. You're a liar and a fraud. You're a liar and a fraud. I'm out of here.
Chief
Fake
X, you don't
ass
have to
liar.
Still
go
on
there.
here
You
and you
don't have to go
talking,
there.
right? Let's
You
go.
don't have to
Yeah,
go there,
show Queen T's skeletal
but
remains.
Chief
Nigga,
X,
if you
Chief
do
X.
archaeology
See
with
how
me,
he
you're
held-
done.
he changed
I'm
the
gonna show all
conversation.
Queen
See how
T's
you can't
flowing
have a
Caucasian
conversation with this
hair.
dude.
I'm gonna
But
show
Chief
all
X,
that shit.
Chief X, you don't need to call him the N-word. He never called you the N-word. I mean, I don't agree with. Oh, he's gone. But it's
He
okay. I don't need
gone.
to say
See, I
anything.
told you,
Now,
because he know I can
Chris,
produce anything
yeah.
he says that I can't produce. I can produce because
Wow.
I've done it before. So let's see what he really had to say.
Yeah.
Because
So-
that dude has an agenda. Bigthink.com. Credible. Get out of here, man. That dude garbage. Now that's why
you
he
don't
didn't
need to
want
say
me
that.
to
You
do
don't
this.
need to say that. You don't need to say that. He's gone.
Get out
so
of
you
here, man.
So go ahead and
all right. So
okay,
what
let's
he
listen
does
up.
is something called gaslighting people. He talks over you and he tries to convince you that these people are Caucasians. Are we serious? Or Caucasoid? And he's saying the image here is only black because of the wood. It's wood. Get out of here. Let's listen to what he said. Let's go back so I can get some pretext here.
Oh, here we go with Queen T. Let's talk about it. There go Queen T. What you're looking at here is a wooden statue, a wooden bust. So it's the color of wood. What's on her head is not an afro, Einstein's. That is a headdress.
Watch how silly it
It's
gets.
not an afro. You see the two holes? Let me click on it. Let me blow this up. Oops. You see the two holes right here? That's because a urea snake used to be there. And you can pull.
Now, I want everybody to pause for a moment. Listen to the common sense, what he just said. He said, this is not her hair. He said, you see the two holes? The urea snake used to be there. I agree. They used that. The two holes were used to hold the plaster of the urea snake. I would agree with him there. But you still have to explain how this is not her hair, when most Negroid hair tends to afro out. You're not explaining that. You're explaining it away by saying the urea's crown used to be there. That's silly.
But Brother Chris, with the hair, ultimately, we might never know, because it is said that they used. Okay. Yeah.
And
it
when
is
you
said.
pull it off, guess what you see? Let's go. You see this straight Caucasian hair. That's Queen.
Now he's saying that's Caucasian hair, and he's on Egypt Today, another imaging of the face of Queen T. He's saying this is Caucasian hair. My sister has hair just like this.
But I remember when he talked about the color of the mummies, and I think because he said pre-dynastic, then you called him up on that. You say we have pre-dynastic mummies. So but the thing is that we cannot tell the skin tone from some decomposing mummies, but when we have the statues, and particularly the painting, is different. But when it comes to the hair, it is said that they used to wear a wig, that they would be bald-headed, the head would be shaven, and it's to avoid lysis and all this kind of stuff. So maybe it was more the royalty. Maybe it was more the royalty. We might never know. But Chief X usually focuses on the hair, and he likes to use that point. And I've been saying, it's okay, he can have the hair, but with King Tut, I mean, I have so many depictions of King Tut where he clearly looks black. But I mean, ultimately, the brother will come back and we get a chance to go over
because
that.
I attack the scholarship, not the person. You understand what
Yes,
I'm saying?
yes.
And what he's doing is trying to attack me, and I'm only dealing with the scholarship in the academia. He's no different than a Hebrew.
Well, he made many attacks, and with all fairness, and he did cut you up. I mean, everybody heard, and even with the debate first, like you pointed out, he talked about the pictures.
He
When you
said
said, "I'm
pictures.
ready, I'm ready to do that," then he said, "We have to have a talk." I mean, everybody heard. We all heard, and much love and appreciation to our brother Chief X, but he
Then
will
he
go back
ran from
and
that. Then he ran from
well,
that.
it
I'm like,
sounded like Iran. I'm trying to be diplomatic, but he's gonna listen to it again, but it's okay. It's nothing new to me. But Brother Chris, hold on. Babylon Dunn has been waiting for a very long time, so I would like to let you speak, Brother Babylon Dunn. If you're here,
yeah,
feel
hey, I'm
free.
getting ready to bounce up out of here. I saw it on. I didn't know if this was live or not. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But we need to be careful about letting the legal system play itself out. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a lawyer. I'm not in the law. I'm not into law or any of that. I just wasted my time speaking with that gentleman. I'm not going to waste my time speaking with this guy right here. So have a good night.
Thanks for your contribution, Brother Chris. So Babylon Dunn, feel free to speak, brother.
Hey, what's going on, brother Mott Fever?
Oh, I'm chilling, brother. I'm chilling. I'm glad I saw that you became a member of the channel, but you don't post in the chat. You don't post in the chat though.
Oh, so I didn't even check and see if it would let me yet. I probably should have looked over there and seen if it would let me post in the chat.
Yes,
yet. I didn't
now
even
that
look
you
and
are
check it.
yes, now that you are a member, you can post in the chat indefinitely. You can try now if you want.
Okay. Yeah, bro, I will in a minute. I think that what you want to know, my views on that conversation, or what you want to know my views
Oh,
on?
you're free to say anything you like, brother. Feel free to touch on anything you like. You don't have to talk about the conversation if you don't want to. You can talk about anything else. You're free to speak, brother. Feel free. Any topic.
Okay.
Anytime.
Yeah. I think it's just a lot of like there's a lot of shadiness going on with the representation of knowledge. And there's a lot of Wikipedia going on. There's a lot of accepting sources going on. And even when, like, I'll tell you something. One of the best attributes of a philosopher, and this goes down to any type of philosophy, science, any kind of philosophy, whether you're doing mathematics, whether you're doing engineering or medical, whatever the philosophy is. But the thing is that once I come up with a hypothesis, my job is not to find everything that supports my hypothesis. My job is to find everything that will tear down my hypothesis in order to make my hypothesis stronger. Like, for instance, when we want to prove something like the infinitude of prime numbers, we assume that there is no infinitude of prime numbers. That's how we prove it. We go with the exact opposite. We do the negation. So I'm just saying that with a lot of the research I see going on, I see that you can look up their source and you'll find the words that they say. But you can look up another source right beneath that and you'll find words that contradict that from just a reputable source, just as reputable as the one that they just said. So that's about it. I just want to see what you say about that, then, brother. That's just my take on it. Is that there's a lot of shadiness going on with the research, and the research is not being presented with all of the sides. Because I know if you see one instance where it supports, you also can state the instances where it don't support, and that's what good debaters do. They'll come out and tell you all the ways in which my theory or my hypothesis is weak. Whether it's dates, whether it's chronology, whether it's evidence, I'll tell you all the things where it's weak. And then I'll show you my support and evidence.
Well, you rarely have an absolute consensus, probably with fields like mathematics. You might have a absolute consensus because we're dealing with numbers. Even with medicine, some people will go about healing a ailment one way, and others might have a different way. Even down to surgery, though I have not studied that, but I think there might be different kind of ways of going about surgery. Now, when it comes to history, um, people have opposite views, but usually, we can and we should rely on the experts. But the most important is the data. And the good thing that we have with Kemet or ancient Egypt is that, and not only Kemet, I've been dealing with the Ugaritic texts. Those are primaries that they have found. The data, the records, or the primary documentation, that's the most important. The thing is that the experts, the specialists, the PhDs, and others, they are very skilled. They have knowledge of the culture, the language, and so on. So they are translating or interpreting the data. But when it comes to ancient Egypt, and the brother Chief X kept saying, I can show you some white looking ancient Egyptians. And I kept telling him that it depends on the time period. And I was trying to make an analogy with the inhabitants of Australia, because the main people in power, they are not the Aboriginals. The Aboriginals definitely don't look like them. And it's the same with ancient Egypt. It was invaded. And so if we look about any artifacts that's from 400 BC, that will be the Greeks, the Greek rulers. So it is no surprise. And those are the depictions that they love to push down our throat, like some people say. And actually, our brother Chief X, and maybe he's still there. And if you are still there, brother, this is, and I will share the link actually so people can have it. But this is the video Black Ancient Egyptian. And here we do have King Tut. We do have King Tut. So they are very selective with what they are showing, but we have the physical evidence, and that speaks volume already. So here, just for the record, I'm going to let it play so we can see. And we have, so there it is. And here, King Tut kind of have the same skin complexion as the background picture that I have on my profile. You see, so it's in the chat for everybody that's interested. Some people call us Afrocentrist, or other labels, blackologist and stuff like that. But this is from the tomb. This is the painting from the tomb. And what I've been hearing lately, and I first heard Ujau kind of going in that direction. When I show the statue, they say, "Oh, but it's a statue." So apparently, we're not supposed to rely on the coloring of the statue. So I'm like, okay, let's fine. Now this is not statue. This is painting. You see. So there it is. I mean, not only King Tut, but we can see the lady, and here the lady doesn't even appear lighter. You see. Now this is obviously Usir. We can tell this is Osiris because of the headdress, the crown, and so on. And this is a priest because he has a leopard skin and he has that tool which is used for the opening of the mouth ceremony. So here, brother Chief X, if you're there and everybody that follows Chief X, we have the right to disagree. We can discuss, but don't call us blackologists or African centrists, Afrocentrists as a negative when we are just merely going through the documentation. This is from the tomb of Tutankhamun. This is a deity. This is a Amun. But unfortunately, I have the advertisement, so I'm gonna wait till it's over. And here, which name is it? We have Queen Nefertari, and that might be a deity. But there's so many. People kind of think that the depiction of Amenhotep III that I use as a background picture is probably like the only one where we see some black or dark ancient Egyptians. But here it is on the tomb. Look at them. And a lot of people don't know about that. So, brothers and sisters, I'm not telling you to go and debate with people, European or not. Feel free to direct them to my material, or feel free to tell them to call on my platform, and I will take the hit. If what I'm saying is pseudo, then I will have to take the hit. I will have to take a L. But I'm very confident. I'm very confident. So indeed, brother Babylon Dawn, people have opposing views, but we can definitely get some clarity. And I'm also confident, not just because of that, because this is somebody who went there and took the pictures. I did not get to take those pictures myself. However, I have taken pictures and I have taken many video footage of ancient artifacts from ancient Egypt or Kemet over the years in many different museums. And it is usually the same. The older the artifacts, and then the lighter they appear. And here, actually, I'm going to pause it here because you see, a lot of people don't know, and I've been repeating those things, so I know that some of my followers know about this. But we can see the color fading away. We can see the original coloring must have been like it is here. But even around the shoulder, it has faded away. Around the torso area has faded away. And around the arm, I mean, you know, it's even worse. Even around the face is starting to be the same. So sometimes we might have artifacts where it is looking just like this, you know, and they wouldn't mind showing that, you know. Even around the hair, we can see that the color has faded away, you know. So we have plenty of depictions of black ancient Egyptians, or dark brown if people don't like to use the term black, you know. But feel free to add on anytime if you want to, Brother Babylon Don. And if anybody wants to get on the panel once again, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna play a little some for a few minutes, and then I'm gonna be back. So I'm just gonna pause this, and which one would I play? Which one would I play this time? Don't want to play the same thing all the time. So okay, I know which one I would play. Okay, so but for all purposes, and take advantage, because I'm not going to share the link to get on the panel all the time. Link to get on the panel. But if you want to join that discussion, and you can address any topic you like, even if you disagree with me, you think that I lied or that I was wrong about something, then feel free to come and tell me. I'm not prepared, so feel free. So here's the link. Feel free, and I'm going to play a little something, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. Okay, let me play it now. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody has to be Kemetic. It's a matter of choice. You know.
Hey, I want to jump in right here.
Yeah, feel free, brother.
Okay, I want to jump in and just say something about you, Shaka, that I noticed, and I'm quite sure everybody else noticed it too. The way that they kind of bounce off of you. That's a good way to put it. Almost kind of shy away. Want to keep you quiet to a certain degree, especially after you told me about, well, not just me, all of us, of listening to you, how maybe they had you in the back, you know, waiting for 40 minutes before you can make a comment, putting you off certain people's stages where they have their show, putting you off 2 and 3 times. I heard that said. You know, that tells me something about an individual, and that'll make me take notice of them anyway and examine them to see what is it about them that they don't want to be bothered with. You know, some stuff went on last night on Smash Show, and it's a dude called Waza. I'm quite sure they know him better than me, but Waza, you know, he's kind of a comical fella, and but he got some smarts to him, but he don't know when to make his comment and then step back and wait, you know, and just listen some for a while. You know, he wants to get in there and, I mean, just rough and tough it out and don't want to listen to somebody else. And that, I'm not saying you that way now, but I was just looking at Waza last night, and they had to put him in the back or just put him off the show or whatever, because he just kept jumping in there too much, and you know, people would be trying to talk and he just interject and walk all on people and just, you know, get in the conversation and maybe even be talking about something else instead of what the subject was. But back to you, Shaka, you're similar to Waza to a certain degree, and I think we all have to have some aggressiveness to us. You know, we have to be aggressive when the time is right. Don't get me wrong. But it's time, at certain times, we have to be humble and we have to stand back and listen. And like I do, and I've always been that way. When you see somebody quiet, this is something I learned over the years. When you see them quiet, They either just out the loop completely, or they are a type of individual trying to see what's going on. And that's how I am. I do, and I can speak when the time is right, especially when I feel like it's necessary, and especially at my time and age now. I'm more the type to keep you in line, or maybe keep you directed right. And I think that's the elder's job. Of course, you know, the elders should have more intelligent and just more knowledge on things than the youngsters coming up, because I used to have them tell me back in the day, man, where you going already? And I'm been there. You know, I used to think about that until I figured it out. And, you know, and these elders, you know, they've been through stuff that you're getting ready to go through. And I don't know about all of the knowledge that you got, Shaka, but you ain't just talking the talk. You're talking something that makes sense if it's talking about a subject or an individual that might be, like you say, buck dancing, or you know, backing up, trying to two-step or sidestep, or however anybody that understands this want to see it. You'll bring it right out to light, and that's a good thing, especially when you teaching the people wrong, and you're not bringing them the truth. All this, you know, dancing around in circles and stuff. You know, you can't get a hold and a grip on things when you got people doing that. And when it's somebody doing that, you have to bring them to the forefront and say, you know, you got to confront them. Hey, man, you know, this is what you're doing right here. It's a little something that's right, because you were saying this the other day, and now you're saying something a little different. And what's really going on here? What's the real truth? And I just wanted to say Shaka is the one that'll, you know, bring that to the forefront. And I think that's a good thing about you, brother. Mm-hmm. A lot of people don't like that. Pan Americans like that too, and that's how I was brought up.
Yeah, but, when you look at that my forever on this right here, he mean that. now I'm getting it, because man, it's my forever. you ain't talking about for a little bit, forever. You gotta stay on my. I mean, that's the black. I mean, what we put together. You got to stand on truth, righteous, justice, and all of that. And that's what it seems like the brother with the I don't know if that's
how he bring it. Yeah, that's how he bring it.
I mean, so it's true to form for real. I appreciate it too. You know, that's why I came. I'm like, yeah, it don't seem. He seemed like he's saying basically what I'm trying to say, but you know, I can't talk to myself. But to have somebody of like mind, like I said, even all three of us, and me and many of us on the same page. Some people are just afraid to come out and speak. You know what I'm saying? So what Shaka's doing is spearheading what he's saying. Even though we ain't gonna agree on everything, what he's saying for the most part is 100%. I mean, 99%.
And that's a good thing about Shaka, especially when you're coming in truth, not Shaka. And the thing is, I was like that all my life coming up, and you know, it's kind of a quiet world when you're like that, because most people, they kind of shun you. They stay away from you because, you know, they want you to tell them what they want to hear, or the stuff that's going to make them feel good. But when you tell them like it is and you confront them face to face, you know, they don't want too much to do with you then. You know, they want to stay away from you, and they'll even sometimes say some jive time or wrong stuff about you. And it'll make other people talk bad about you, not really truly knowing the truth, but, you know, putting you in a little corner by yourself and making your world be lonely to a certain degree. It's going to be some people out there, just like me and Pan American is right now, about how you handle things, Shaka. We don't mind coming on talking, and I'm always in the chat listening most of the time, but I will say things too. But we don't mind coming and talking with you because we're very similar. And the people that can't stand the truth, they're going to stay away from you, man. And they're gonna run from you, you know, and really kind of, you know, make you look bad and talk about you and bring you down if they can too. But
okay, we have V. Bennett. Greetings to you, brother. Feel free to speak.
Hey, Shaka, how you doing, brother?
I'm chilling, brother.
Yeah, I'm glad to catch you again, man.
Oh yeah, we spoke last time.
Yeah, I've been following, I've been listening, but it's just the timing. So I've been missing the lives, but I've been following the shows after, man. So I just want to commend you again, and I appreciate you steadfast, just going at it from a methodic mode. Yeah, that's me, buddy. Yeah, it's my son commenting. He can see me on the screen. He's like,
Yeah.
that's you, Daddy. That's you.
Yeah, your daddy is speaking with the brother from France.
Exactly. I asked him. I said, should I call in this brother? He was like, yeah. But Shaka.
Thank you. What's his name?
I just
Manny?
wanted to, my son's name is Marcus Hayru.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I named him after, he's my Avenger in case something happens to me. So
all right. I thought you said some other name, but I misheard. I thought you said something like Kamani. But hey, Marcus Heru, right?
Yeah, he's saying hello to you. Yeah, it's Marcus Hayru Nahum.
Marcus
and
Heru,
Bennett.
how are you?
He asking how are you, Marcus? Yeah, he said good. He can't. It's because I have it turned down, but he can just see it. I got my headphones on.
But you have a very beautiful name. Maybe your father.
He said you got a very beautiful name, Marcus.
Maybe your father told you what it means, but it's a very significant name. Very ancient name. You have a very beautiful name. Maybe your father.
He's listening.
He said you got a very beautiful name.
Okay, Shaka. Yeah, thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Every time I watch your podcast, something pops in my mind. And this one, it just reminded me what you just played, the video of the brother reflecting on your work, right? It reminded me of something I wanted to say the last time, and the importance of the work that you're doing, and also facts, how important just basic facts are, not necessarily belief, because facts should lead us. Belief, it often leads us away from the facts, because anybody can have a belief, right?
Yes.
Now, and you can't just take somebody's belief from them, because it's something special. It's always special when it comes a special feeling or their senses, and it has something totally to do just where they are in their own lives at that moment. But what I wanted to say is this fact thing is very serious to our community, because a lot of times we don't realize that people can lead us through disinformation. If somebody controls our minds, they can control our actions too, right after. And I think a lot of us that are in this so-called conscious community or affiliated with it through our beliefs somehow, we're underestimating how our people can be under attack through all of these different beliefs. I mean, have you noticed African Americans? Not, and don't get me wrong, I'm all for freedom, and I'm all for freedom of choice and having the right to examine your facts, build your own case for yourself. I'm all for that. But don't you think it's ironic that as a people, we have so many different beliefs at one time? And just at one time, and even so, how a lot of them are not even considered traditional. I mean, we have, like you said, the Moors. Then we have Nation of Islam, right? NOI. Then we have Black Hebrew Israelites. And then we have different branches of each of those groups. All those groups have their own branches, 5 or 6 other branches, I think myself, the I've been wanting to say this for a minute, but I think we don't picture the situation we're in right now as Black people, as African people. We don't really see the moment for what it is. We don't see it as a special moment for us to get our stuff together right now. And I think we should be very suspicious of these different beliefs that all of a sudden spring up, and not just see them as natural, see it as a coincidence. Like, why do we have all these different things right now? And when I see your work, I see it as something that makes us sane and whole, because it's just based on facts. It's not we could layer it in race. We could say what Shaka and Dugu Komet is talking about is about Black people. Yeah, maybe it's partly, maybe largely, it has a lot to do with us. But the fact that it's based in facts, it's actually just talking about everybody. Everybody got the same rules, you know? And when we ourselves don't follow the rules of just basic fact finding and fairness, we cheating ourselves. We're doing more harm to ourselves than anybody else could ever do because now we're trying to get around the basic rules of order, you know, and getting around the basic rules of order, in my view, it equals destruction. And when we see this a lot, the worst thing I would say that's happening to a lot of our people, I would take it a step further. I would say mental illness. These these cults lead people to a harmful place that is not only is it just outside of facts and basic order, it's it's harmful to the very essence of the person who's taking it into this system. You know, it's destructive to the very individuals that take it inside of them, these cults. And I don't think they're aware of that, you know. But if you take a step back and you see some of the degenerative behaviors that we're still talking about, it seems that it would be obvious when you take a step back from it. But a lot of times when we're caught in that stuff, because we're not appreciative of just facts, and we want to believe that another black person is going to stand up for us, or we just want to believe that another black person cares for us, we find out that no, some of our people can be the worst people too.
Yes, it's
You
true.
know,
Some of our people can be the worst.
yeah. And if we just don't hold everybody to the same basic standards, we allow more harmful things in than we do good. You know,
Mhm.
so I just wanted to point that out before I forget that, brother. So I appreciate you because what you're doing is just asking people to go about things in a normal, accepted, universal manner. And you've always been doing that. Oh, the other thing I wanted to say,
Oh,
if I
you're free,
may,
brother. We have the time. Feel
okay,
free, brother. Feel free.
is the other reason why it was so important for me to say this is because, you know, I first stumbled across some of your work way back then when SETI was first coming out. And
Oh,
so I remember the whole ordeal. I remember how people reacted to SETI, number one. And I said,
yeah.
you're not SETI, you're you. SETI is
Hmm.
himself. If
Hmm.
everybody does uh, handles their day to day and their structure themselves, right? And if you meet in common ground, you meet in common ground. And if there's some differences, there's differences. But I remember when SETI first came out, and then I saw also you come out from Europe. I was really surprised right then, but I was happy to see that, to see somebody come out of Europe actually really following up on some of the work that our elders have already put down and laid a pathway for, right? But I also saw with you there was a bit of unfairness that you could get that they couldn't apply to SETI because SETI is right there and already ready for the setup, already ready for the jump, already ready to just be, you know, mobbed by by people with no rules. But you, I could see in a way, our people, I hate to say this about my own people in the US, we have this way where, and all people can have it, but in that instance right there with you, we did something that you're just not supposed to do. That is fault a brother for where he is physically right now when he's speaking. Fault a brother for things that no one chooses for themselves. You didn't choose where you were born, you didn't choose where you live. All you choose is how you go about fixing the things that need to be fixed, right? And in a way, they didn't want to treat you fairly on that. They
Hmm.
wanted to add suspicion to it, like somehow you being in you're in France, right?
Yes, yes.
Like
And
somehow you
mhm. Go ahead,
somehow
brother.
being in France that puts you at a disadvantage.
Yes.
Somehow you further away from your ancestors than we are in America. So
Yeah.
this,
So so SETI came out in like '08. So it
yeah.
means like you've been following me for a long time. And
Mm,
by the way you're speaking, I think you have seen, and some people that I'm cool with now, but
mm.
when I kind of distanced myself away, because it was really because of some Asiatic dude who was defending the anti-black and anti-African teaching. So that's what they're talking about. Oh, the dude in France, and the anonymous lander video, and the accounts being flagged. So a few people have followed that error. That's why sometimes people say, "Oh, I remember Shaka from the Amenwa squad." Everything was good. We've been building for a long time, but there's a difference in ideology, and I'm very in agreement with what you said earlier about the different movements, but all of this can be traced. Before the Nation of Islam, we had the Ahmadiyya movement. And the Ahmadiyya movement, there was some Muslims from India. They are not 100%. Oh, let me say this: we had a username who tried to connect, but something was wrong with the webcam. On my end, it would say trying to connect, and the username was what. So feel free to try to come again, but it looks like it was some connection issue with the webcam. You can use a PC, a tablet, a mobile phone as well. It will work. So if you're struggling with your computer or tablet, feel free to use a mobile phone. The invite link will work the same way. So yes, brother V Bennett, and I've seen your comments, that you've been living lately, and so the Ahmadiyya movement, they were not 100% orthodox. They kind of had a belief in a Mahdi. You see. And ultimately, I don't know if you had a chance to see the video "Deception of Asiatic Black Men."
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I'm not
but
sure.
it's in the description of all my videos. So feel free in your own time. It's not mandatory. And
Okay.
in the video "Deception of Asiatic Black Men," I demonstrate how the Asiatic Black Men movement derived from Freemasonry by way of the Shriners. You see. So yes, indeed,
Okay.
indeed, indeed.
I
And
didn't know that.
oh
I'm
yeah,
gonna
yeah.
check that
Well,
out then.
you know what? I'm gonna share it in the chat because some people don't really. You have to really. So Deception of Asiatic Black Men. I'm going to copy the title and put the link so everybody have it. But yeah, I'm kind of proud of this work actually. Deception of Asiatic Black Men, and sometimes it might take a person that's kind of removed from an environment to see things in a different light. But
Absolutely.
we therefore had, and before the Nation of Islam, of course, we had the Moorish Science Temple of America. Some people argue that Far Muhammad was a member. We're not sure. The picture is far away. We're not really sure. But we had that Islamic movement in America, just like now people talk about the Black Hebrew Israelites. But the funny thing is that I think some people have seen it. We had the Zionist Hebrews. So just like the MSTA with the black and white picture of all them standing, we have some Black Hebrews or Black Jewish people, and he says, the Zionist Hebrew. And I think, you know what? I'm going to look for it now so people can see it, because I think he might have said Zionist Hebrew.
Okay, that would be new. That's a new one. Zionist,
you didn't
even just to add that.
yeah. Zionist Hebrews, and I put USA, and
but Shaka,
yes,
Shaka, if I may interject with you
yes.
and the brother, I just wanted to say that like when they say Zionists, though, they are specifically talking about a group of financial barons and moguls of Jewish, not of Jewish, I'm sorry, of Ashkenazic descent from Germany.
No, brother. Let me show you.
Specifically, that's who the Zionists are.
Yeah.
That's who the Zionist Jews are. And then the Jesuits. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry to. I didn't really mean to interrupt you like that, but no, we're not talking about the typical Zionist movement. Now, what? Oh, what? You were on the panel, but then you went off. But I might have not mentioned it, but Babylon Done, we've seen him, so I'm not requiring him. Because maybe he cannot use his webcam. But the requirement is for people to use a webcam. So if you want to get on the panel, please use a webcam. And once again, you can use your smartphone. Now, I'm going to share in the chat. This is the Times magazine, Times of Israel, and here you will see it. So it's not the typical Zionist movement. I'm talking about Black people in America. So here's the article. You see, Yiddish Black cantors from 100 years ago rediscovered thanks to rare recording. And here is a picture. And here, hold on, what's going on? There it is. It says the Moorish Zionist. Well, actually, it does not exactly spell Zionist, and it's the first time I noticed that, because we have Zionist, NST. There's an I missing, so I don't know if it's a mistake, but it says the Moorish Zionist temple of the Moorish Jews. You know,
That's interesting.
so we had movements like that. On
Yes,
one hand,
that
yes, go
that
ahead,
would
brother
make
Sounds like
Marcus.
another
absolute
break off.
that would make absolute sense if you understood the Rastafarian movement, if you understood that Noble Drew Ali called us Canaanites, they Moors, and Canaanites are considered the black Canaanites, not the white Canaanites. You're talking about people that lived in the land of Canaan, not the people that's descendants of the son Canaan, like that. So it's a lot of name and language play that's going on here that everybody seems to want to overlook for their simplicity of their own ideas.
Yes, but we had those different movements, and the big difference probably now the Moorish Science Temple was kind of large. It started before Marcus Garvey's movement. Marcus Garvey's movement, of course, was the largest black organization ever. You know, millions of members, but it has faded away. The MSCA remained, and then the one child, for lack of better word, of the MSTA, the Nation of Islam, uh, kind of grew kind of larger than all the others. Welcome to you, brother Osaim Ka. So we can trace most of the movements, you know. And brother Osaim Ka, feel free to add on because you just came in, so feel free, my brother.
Oh, you're talking more science. Shout out to the Moors, shout out to all the movements. It's interesting we bring these people up, right? And when we start to talk about them, we go, almost to the beginning of what was the first Black Power movement when you start talking about Marcus Garvey's influencer, Ace Deuce Muhammad. And so when you start talking about Ace, the first thing you do is you look at who is Ace. Ace is a descendant from an Egyptian father, a Sudani mother. And so he comes over here. So Kemet is your start generally. When you go into the Moorish information, when Danny and my brother Rob Bourne asked me to go get a particular book, I believe because it's the only left. I went to go get the book for them in the library down over here, and I got that book, and it showed one of the wives of Elijah Muhammad, but they also wanted me to go get the Moorish book. The Moorish book, which I have on one of these phones sitting over here, it tells you their information is based off of Kemet, astronomy, and astrology and other information that they put together, such as the Aquarian gospel and a few other things. So they're just openly saying this in the beginning of their early teachings. These are small black and white books, the original copies, and the one I went to go get my brother Rob Bourne, and they show it on their channel. So when you look at the information, remember, this is an amalgamation of African spirituality. That's what Pan-Africanism is. And people start to get unkind with each other when they're based in other information. That's never the underlining rule. So even when Dr. York, when a lot of cats was following Dr. York, remember it went from ancient Egypt to Islamic Hebrews to Islamic Hebrews who are Commission and all this other, and now they're back to Kemet again. So you have all these different followings, which are really just a mesh. But my brother holding the book up. So Circle 7 Quran. So when you start to look at the amalgamation, if you're searching for the truth, what you'll stop doing is just falling victim to the teaching in the book and whoever's teaching it. What you'll start to do is look for the sources that bring those books forth. And when you look for the sources that bring those books forth, then you'll find the true path. This is why most of our elder scholars, our brother Mfudisha Jehudimas, the brother Saber Reggie, who's their student, our brother Dr. Henry Clark, etc., they went to the foundation which is when all these spiritual systems were together, was in ancient Egypt, which is why you can find the Ma'al language amongst the Maasai, which is why you can find their astronomy amongst the Dogon, which is why you can find, you understand what I'm saying?
So yeah, because you're speaking logically and rationally.
Yes.
You're looking at it from a rational perspective. So you would take that route because you're taking it step by step and saying, okay, this book has been produced. This book has relevant information that touches me in a spiritual way. So let me find out who wrote the book. Oh, let me find out where the person came from. Let me find out their forefathers. Let me find out when they came in contact with these teachings. You're asking logical questions, and I would have to say this, what that tells me, brother, and it tells me almost the obvious, and I could be wrong, but it's a suspicion, and I'm sure everybody here has come across it before. I mean, look at what we've been through to even get to the Americas. So the mere fact that we have been hurt to the core would mean many things that speak to pain we would connect with somehow spiritually. That doesn't necessarily mean it rationally it's absolutely correct or the beginning or what it is. It just might feel that way because we need something. Yeah.
Well, we're spiritual people, right? So you said it, you hit it on the head. Me and my brother Consul was speaking. He said, man, we want to get away from that. I said, you can't really get away from everything, because when you have the discussion with the atheists, the creationists and the atheists, one thing you have to recognize from science is that the universe is alive and everything around you is alive. So you can't really, so when they say, oh, this is pseudo, is it? We have to look at the elements that actually create you and the universe around you and the circumstances around you. The other thing is, we don't say everything comes from Kemet. We speak like Dr. Benham said, the Nehesi came before Kemet. And before you get them, you have other cultures that come before them. This is why I can open up a Diodorus Siculus book and he'll say, well, Asar was just somebody who went over here. Or I can take you back while people keep making this mistake and saying, oh, there was nobody, this, that, the other. You don't know that when you go do the excavation archaeologically, you find an army of Asarians, you find an army of Setians, you find an army of Heruians, and you have burial locations for them. And when you look in the JEA, the Journal of Egyptian Archaeology, you can go see the bodies. You can see that there's writings that discuss a war between the two, why they had the war, and then you put this history together, and then you understand that when they say from 13,000 such and such to such and such, is not just myth. It's based off of civilizations that had their terms, and when they were knocked off, this civilization took over until they became an amalgamation of what's called Kemet or what's called Egypt. That's how it happens. This is why when I first when I first created Kemet Empire, before I gave it to our brothers, what's my metaphysicist brother? I know why his name slips my mind. Dr. Phil
Valentine.
Yeah, my brother Phil Valentine. Yeah. When they contacted me and wanted the Kemet Empire title, I said, go ahead, take it. Because I had done what I had done with it already. Because we've been on the internet since 2008. Right? Mm-hmm. And so I was like, go ahead, my brother, that's yours. I have no problem giving it to you because of what you gave to us, even though I don't follow the Madame Blavatsky pattern and I understood what they were teaching. I said, here, you take this. And so I took my website. It used to have Infudishi, Riketiam, and Ujau, me, so-and-so, some herbalists, et cetera, before it was popular. I took it down. I let him have it so they could run their college with it. After they was doing that, and you could still go on Blog Talk Radio, you could still hear the Kemet Empire when I'm giving shows, and you got Harry, Kafra, rest your soul, Travel Unhampered. Our brother Harry Kafra hops on there with me and different stuff like that. Or when I pull up with Patasa Karasar, these are the elders who were doing the work with these people. So, you know, you're not going to agree with everything they do, but this is our fundamental foundation. So you take what they have and then you push it forward. And so when you start to see me and Seti banging on these dudes online, or go read the chats and you see me, Seti, banging, and probably Shaka and Dude Kemet in the same chats with us, we banging these dudes out. We in blacksuperhero.com, etc. Don't click it now because it's a Russian web porn, but it used to be different. This is us doing the work. This is us saying, hey, elders, we saw what you're doing. Now we taking the work, and now we're here. And then they formed Diamond Ra Squad. I formed Kemet Empire. General Seti did what he did. He grabbed Young Pharaoh. You see the branches.
And brother Samka,
brother
Samka, did you ever see I think it was called Liberation Unit on Ning with the guy called Chief Liberation?
Yeah.
You know, that's kind of big. Seti was on there as well.
Yeah.
You know. And I think he had some, maybe on that Ning social media, he has that disagreement with some Moorish guy, and then he came up with the false teaching of the Moorish Science Temple of America, and that was before the debate with Alim Bey. So but the brother, you know, I mean, I go way back, but some people go even further way back than us, and it kind of pained me when I heard Brother Reggie say the stuff that he said lately. And I think now he's he said he's back to Kemet. Maybe he just said it like that, but he has a debate that he's been preparing with Garfield. But after that, I'm curious to see which direction he will take. But people don't have to like Kemet. People don't have to be Kemetic. But at some point, I think being diplomatic, there was some frustration. Some people would say jealousy. But he has knowledge, that's for sure. But it was painful to me. It was painful to me, hearing him say all the stuff he said. But sometimes, who knows? I might go left. I don't drink alcohol, but I don't know. I might start drinking, and we have to continue. Yeah, I would have never expected the stuff that I heard. Not from him.
Well, I seen what was going on. Like there's a whole history, and this is why I never get in between him and Jabari's discussion, because it goes deeper. It's not just. It's really not him and Jabari's discussion to have. It's really who he keeps saying the name of, who is Brother Samaj. Yeah, which and that goes even deeper. But I'm not the one to explain that. They'll work that out on their own time. That's why when we was on Smash's show that day, I was like, just pull back. Just don't even get into that, because the roots are deeper than that. And the beef is deeper. And I don't even say that it's Reggie's fault initially that he feels the way he feels.
I get it.
But the way he's attacking it, then it puts us in a situation. And so this is why he always makes exceptions when he discusses the spirituality of being a Shemsu, what they call Kemetic, what I call the original term, a Shemsu, a follower of the Necha. Yeah.
Yes.
So when you follow Necha and you do as Necha does, which is do what nature does, and follow it the way that the ancestors planned it out for you, it's a pattern. And that pattern is in tune with the universe, and the universe is alive. So, he's moving the method of an atheist tradition, which is why him and Ankh click well. And I respect that. That's fine. But, we're moving in the spiritual
But
method.
you know what? I find
Go ahead.
I find two different types of ancestral people that agree with the ancestors is the way to go, if you will. Now, me myself, I'm an initiate. So, but I'll say this, that some people have been actually taught from a new age type of necromancy, worshiping the dead and conjuring up spirits. And those are the ancestors that they call them. And then there's another group of people with the right knowledge, understanding that their ancestors are in their genes and in their genetics, and they walk in living ancestors. That's all I want.
Concerning that, the ancestors are in your genes. That's a statement made by Professor Smalls on Ancestral House a long time ago that became famous. When he told the young lady who was older than him and our elder, he said, "You are your mother." And so, you know, she began to cry. She spoke about her. He said, "You are your mother, and she lives through you." And this was maybe one of the, not the only time, but one of the first times you get to hear it publicly. And it's on Ancestral House, if you guys dig that up on YouTube. When he says that, it's just a beautiful discussion. He's talking to her, and he's talking about Professor Skip Gates on that show. The other thing is, yes, you find the letters to the dead. You find in the text the onus, you know, where you venerate your ancestors. You find our brother Saber and Fudishi saying we venerate our ancestors by making edifices of them, statues, calling upon their knowledge, calling upon them, asking for strength, because that's where you get it from. That's who you are. And when you call on them, it usually manifests itself in you because they are you and you are them. And so we recollect on what they left for us and we rebuild it for the future. It's not that, and people confuse this with, oh, you're trying to live like way back in 3000 BC. No, stupid. We're keeping the tradition alive. Not you, stupid. I'm saying in general.
Yeah,
we're keeping the tradition alive so that you continue to regenerate that knowledge through your system and you respect those who left it, which is what you don't find in the youth today. You got the millennials mad at Generation Z, but millennials, look at how you treat your elders. Generation Z is going to treat you the same way you treated your elders. Yeah. This is why us, Generation X and baby boomers and those before us, we always have respect for those who came before us. And until you do, you're going to keep creating destructive children and destructive methods until you destroy it all.
Yeah. And I saw in the news, I don't know how old that happened, but I think it was somewhere on the East Coast, maybe around New York. It's a veteran, a black veteran, and he was attacked by some young guys, but he defended himself, I mean, damn, but go ahead, brother V. Bennett. I think you wanted to speak. Feel free, brother.
Oh yeah, yeah, it was something that the brother there just touched on. Also, I was going to say, because also brother Babylon, he was touching on this too a little bit, like how we're practicers, and you said, brother, we're rebuilding it or remodeling it for today to be, the useful things and things like that. But what I would say is that they're so important that that all of our children and all of our all people, all African people need to take more serious is we all need to be students of African history, real students of it. Now, because before you can practice, you have to study, and we're still studying. There's so much more to be discovered. And on top of it, the things that are discovered, a lot of times we're just not applying ourselves to breaking it down fully, to understanding things fully. And I think that's part of what's missing in us. And I think it's like key. There's a reason why they don't introduce. First of all, there's a reason why Egypt was whitewashed, because there was some power in it. There's a reason why people don't want to look into this topic. Although it shouldn't be anything big today in 2023, it's come on, it's part of world history. Egypt, Africa is part of global history. You're supposed to study it like you study any other thing on earth, any other society, any other civilization, any other people. But for some reason, this Egypt thing has become so problematic for people to just say, hey, we need to find out what this is. We need to acknowledge what this is fully. And I think in a lot of us, whether we're talking about spiritually or we're talking about for any purpose, I think we overlook a lot of things that the Egyptians that were doing just on a practical level that have huge implications for us today. And let's say, for an example, the religious spin on it. What Kemet means to other religions. You know, a lot of other religions bounce off of Kemet. They've had contact with Kemet. They, for one reason or another, they have some sort of affiliation with Kemet, whether bad or good, right? So they're connected somehow, right? One existed before the other. One may have borrowed symbols from the other one, you know, and it's not only Egypt that may have contributed or affected these other religions. Other spaces on Earth also affected them, right? But the thing is that if we don't break down these messages in these books more than what we've done so far, like the idea that one man can kind of be a savior. who said that, you know, is that really the message in these books, that one man is this savior? Like what we were saying, can it be one hero? Can it be one villain? Right? Or could it be, like, for example, remember Shaka the other day, I brought this up too. I said a lot of people studied in Egypt. A lot of people went to those schools in Egypt and went back to the places where they came from and taught that stuff, taught it. Do we get to the point in our conversation where we say, okay, well, what were they teaching? You know, what was Pythagoras teaching? If we're going to talk about Egypt, what was Pythagoras thinking? If we want to talk about any human being that was walking around that's supposed to be a leader in that time, a teacher in that time period, right? Then why aren't we talking about the other people that we know existed too and were connected with Kemet? I mean, because there's got to be evidence there. But when we look at Pythagoras, we don't even look at him. We don't look at Pythagoras like he's Jesus. We don't look at Pythagoras like he's anything, but actually he's saying he learned it all in Kemet.
What I would like to say is I wouldn't necessarily recommend people to focus on anything that has to do with what we call the late period. And the late period is after 400 BC. So, you know, Pythagoras, Thales, and all the other, what's the other guy's name? Herodotus, and also Plutarch. You know, they went, you know, after the indigenous Africans ruled. If we want to know what they thought, well, we do have a lot of translations, you know, but we have the text, we have the records, and the Meta Nature will probably be the best bet, you know, for lack of better words. And there's where is it? Now that's a French one. I've been recommending that one, but for the French speakers, you have the English translation. Now this is the Maxim of Ptahhotep. If anybody's interested in Kemet and wondering what they should read, then I will recommend this as your first read, the Maxim of Ptahhotep. But the English translation by the same author, which is Christian Jacques, because you have many translations, you know. I don't think there's any copyright on this because this is probably 2400 BC. So this is 4,000-year-old writing. But we cannot really see well. But the author's surname is Jacques, is spelled Jacq. You know, he's an Egyptologist.
Right.
Yes, and the nice thing with this one is that you do have the hieroglyphic with the translation. The sad thing is that we don't have the transliteration, but on the French one, we do have the transliteration. So we have the hieroglyphic, the transliteration, and the translation. So that's very good. I think what I pride myself off is when I give Meta Nature classes, on top of the hieroglyphic, the transliteration and the translation, you have the pronunciation as well, and that can be very helpful. So the Maxims of Ptahhotep, really, a lot of people go for the misnomer Book of the Dead, which is really Book of Coming Forth by Day, or Book of Coming into the Light, or Book of Coming into the Day, which is the Peret Heru. It's very difficult to understand it, you know. it's a bit like reading some passages of the Quran, because some passages of the Quran is just verses like that. There's not really a follow up. So I'm sure a lot of people have started reading the so-called Book of the Dead and they were lost. So there's many other writings, but I would say go for it first, the maximum Patautet. And besides, you don't even have to buy it. You will have plenty of translations online. But yeah, I wouldn't really recommend. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, personally, because I'm a student in Egyptology at a university, we were told to read Herodotus book 2, which is about Egypt, and now I have to read Plutarch, Osiris and Isis, and I'm not sure if I would have if I would have done it if it wasn't for the curriculum. But we have so many. I mean, okay. I mean, there's so many books I can show, but it's not an obligation to learn the Medu Nature. Yeah, go ahead, brother. Feel free. Go ahead, brother.
Oh, no. I hear you. I agree with you 100%. I hear you.
Right. You fell out, brother.
Yeah, if you can hear us, your screen is frozen and we no longer hear you, so feel free to come back. In the meantime, I saw that the person with the username Watt tried to come on the platform. Actually, maybe you've seen it, because when you are live, it shows, but there was no webcam and you left. But feel free to come back. Obviously, you really want to say something. So, and here, you see our brother Blaya. He wrote The Wisdom of Ptahhotep by Christian Jacques. That's how you spell his name. So that's a good brother who did the layout for me, that beautiful layout there. And I did not even ask him, so I want to thank him once again for that.
And our brother Hebrew is over here. He got all the books. He's sitting on the books. You over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't do the Merry Christmas. I don't even do the Kwanzaa. To be honest, on the 10th of December, you should have been raising your Djed pillar, because we seen Sirius on a particular day, right? So if you're counting, that should have been the in the Kaher Ka for you. You should have lifted your Djed pillar. You should have had your full meal. You should have dedicated some to the ancestors. You should have been part of the onion festival that day. Where's your onions and your ankh that they sit upon? Do I need to bring up the old pictures of what you should have been celebrating? So yes, it's different over here. You if you're still a Christian, if you're still a this or that, those holidays are going to mean something to you. For us, they don't. So you should have been celebrating the Djed, lifting of the Djed pillar. And I'm about to make it a big festival out here in Colorado where I'm at. But to build off of what was being said, it's that time for that type of knowledge, and it's that time to have the discussion, because we all say, oh, we're plants, we're being watered with the knowledge. And then you listen to some information like that, and then you have to really say, when you water a plant and you talk to the water and you talk to the plant, does it grow a certain way? And why, when you talk to the plant and the water feeds the plant a certain way and the plant grows a certain way. And if you talk disrespectfully to it, as if the plant knew English or French or any other made up language, it shouldn't grow in a bad fashion. It should grow in a good fashion regardless, because you're just giving it water. And so these are the things that tell you that spirit and soul are alive. These are the things that show you that the universe is alive. And so when we have the discussion, or you have one of our atheist brothers leading the discussion, these things are lost in translation often. Where I always agree with Brother Reggie concerning let the glyphs tell you what it is. If you don't study the culture, you'll never fully embrace what these things mean or what they are. And this is why you don't remember who you are. And this is why you're not an Asar, because you don't follow or listen to or learn or teach yourself what these things are supposed to show you. You always listen for somebody else to tell you about them. And as soon as you start picking up the information yourself, when you start to enroll in Shaka and Dual Chemist class, if you've enrolled in any of my free classes online, if you've done any of this with any of the brothers around you that actually are engraced in the information, it's different. It's different. If you take an Infudishi Medu Necha class, it's different than the other Medu Necha classes you learn from, because he's on you about what this is, how you should feel towards it, and what it means to your soul. If you take it from somebody else, it might just be bland, which you can read it, but you may not interpret that sentence.
But see, at some point, I'm just gonna be honest with you now, and you could talk back to me, I don't mind, but I just got to be honest, because I've been frustrated with this for a long time. At some point, though, what y'all describing, or what you are describing as the committed way, I guess, is the same thing as religion to me. It does not sound like anything that I've been initiated into. The self thing about you can do it yourself, and the whole thing, like just learning on your own. No elders involved, no community involved, no system of, teaching this just on your own. It just seems so informal and just so, far from what we were and what we do.
Well, not without the elders. Remember, I just named the elders that you should be around. Not without a system, but remember, you have to do the work too. You can't just listen to somebody and not actually pick the book up. This is how you become like most of the Christians around you. Everybody pray to Jesus. You can't really quote anything from the Bible. You can't tell me Bible quote the first, because you never pick it up yourself. So it's one thing to listen to it. It's one thing to hear it. It's one thing to be around it. But at some point in time, you have to do your own work too. So if you don't do your own work, your system is flawed, because I can come in there and override something by I can show you preacher up in front of you, say, oh, look at this. And then all of a sudden he loses congregation. Why? Because ain't nobody picked up the book to actually read it yet. So at some point in time, you have to do the work in your house, because in Kemet, guess what? A lot of the people did. You say in the community as a priest in ancient Kemet, they did the work in the per ankh, in the house of life. But if you were at home, and this is why none of the book of coming forth by days are the same, is because they actually did the work in their house. They talked to the ancestors that built them. So when we read the letters of the dead, we can see them having a full discussion with Auntie. You better look at you. He acts just like you. I recognize him because I recognize your spirit when you was alive, and I see your spirit in my son today. You better come help him, etc., etc. So that, like I said, when you do the work on your own and you also stay in your community, then it helps to build you. But what you said is important, because yes, you do need your community around you too. But if you don't have one and it's building, you got to do the work yourself.
What I'm trying to say is that it was once a rite of passage. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
No, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, I will be real brief with this. But also, I heard you. And what you're gone. But I don't know if you're using a computer. I hope it is not hardcore who never wants to show his face. But if you really try to get on the panel, I'm sure you have a smartphone, so you can use your smartphone. But also, I heard you say that you have free classes, and I think a lot of people will be interested, because when you mention a fee, a lot of people run. So do you want to tell people how they can reach you for the free classes?
If you go to Heckin, the chair, if you pull up
your YouTube account.
That YouTube account is there, but there's also classes that pop up in Google Classroom. So if you go to Heckin, the chair, NTCHR, when you pull up the Google Classroom, it pops right up. So it's like about 12 free classes. The other ones
hold on, brother. I'm just trying to follow you. When you say if I put the HNK nature, right? That's you're talking about the YouTube account, or where should I go? Like right now, if I want to contact you for the classes, what should I do now?
So there's both, right? So if you type in,
so when you say type in, you mean on YouTube or just on Google?
Just on Google. Just
okay.
Google.
Okay. So
Google
what should I type?
Classroom first. Hold on, let me pull it up on Google.
Okay. All right.
Because I used to have a website, then they blocked the website.
Oh.
Now I still got the website, and I might just transfer it, but they're like, you can use it, but Every time I try to publish it, they won't publish it. So I have to get on them concerning. So we there's an issue. Hold on, let me pull up Google Classroom real quick.
Well,
and I'll share my screen.
Yeah, Shock. Before I was cut off, right? And I also heard you, Brother Babylon. Your comment about it sounds off like to you like familiar, very familiar to just some of the other religions. But that's why I wanted to say like people come into it differently. But like for me, my interest in Kemet, what I think is so special about it is the science, math. And science and how they viewed it in a holistic way, how it's kind of also built into their religious spiritual view. But for me, when I see the gist of it is math and science. It's how all things work, right? And I think that's kind of like what makes them special, because they were able to build on that in such a grand manner at an early period in time where people today are duplicating that. Other societies have duplicated it in a sense. And that's what I meant about Pythagoras. Like Europeans, they put a lot of focus on Pythagoras because when you look at his story, they're saying math and science. That's what they're focusing on. And that's what I meant. Like if you compare his story and then you compare that, just the fact that he's claiming that he got it from Kemet. I mean, it shows you what a heavy influence on math and science with that, how that was. And it also kind of shows you regionally how people did things, because a lot of people think that just because Kamites, this one group of people practiced this, they believe that it didn't have a broader effect on other groups of people in the region, when in fact it may have just been the standard at that time. Most groups of people probably applied with the stronger group of people represented, just like we do today in a democracy. The largest group, the most powerful group, is usually the groups, the subgroups usually follow after. They're tuned to some degree or inherit certain things that may not have anything to do with their prior ethnicity or their prior beliefs. They just inherited by virtue of power, or lack of power. So that's what I wanted to say about looking into Egypt. I mean, for me, the math and the science is there. There's so many other connecting points. Anytime. Oh yeah, go ahead, brother.
I wanted to add something to what you're saying, pun intended. And
okay,
that one of the things that I do, I am a mathematician and I am a linguist. Okay, so as far as that concerned, I am very, I've developed my own mathematics and things like that, and linguistics. So as far as that's concerned, I'm very, involved in making math and linguistics a language amongst our people, and develop pro and meta language that we can speak in. So things like that, a language place and a language space. These are the things that I'm working on now, currently, and writing about. So, but at the same time, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, it comes from somewhere. It's the study of something. And so I developed my own STEM, and it's more towards our core, where instead of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, we study space, time, energy, and matter, which is the basis of those four things that you're talking about. Space, time, energy, matter. That's my STEM that I developed. You see what I'm saying? So I taught school for like 20 years already, elementary school and on a high school level a little bit. So there's a lot of things that we should focus on. I agree. Like we should. I agree with you and Shaka and Duga that we should study the pre-invader way, which is what Shaka and Duga was talking about. But I also agree with you, brother, that we should study the post-invader way, because they do
connected.
have it's the definite state that we're in. They definitely had the last word, the last say in the story. And so to skip over them would be skipping a big part of our story to just jump to what we, as our people. But if we walk
skipping over
back
anything
through their stuff and we completely master it, if we walk back to what they've taught though and we master it, like Pythagoras, I studied extensively, exclusively, since I am a mathematician. I studied his way of life, the fact that they don't eat beans, his society, the whole thing around them, and several others, Anaxagoras, Anaxagoras, all of them. I studied all of them, including the German and the Enlightenments with Ludwig Wittgenstein and, Gottlob Frege and Bertrand Russell and Whitehead and all of them, so I study all of that. However, on the other hand, as far as our spiritual growth, as far as our cultural growth and our civilization and our, our way of life, you got to go with Shaka and Luga. We got to get back to black.
Oh,
and that's the only way we'll have some type of connection, some type of. Go ahead.
No, hold on, please. Wait, Bennett, please hold that thought, please, just one moment. Go ahead, brother Osaimka. So, how can people reach you, brother?
So here goes one. This is one of them because I got about 7 of them. This is the Heck in the Chair Spirituality course, which is in the Google Classroom. So you see right here.
Can you share the link, please? So I can post it in the chat? Yeah.
Yeah, we'll pull it up here. So this is, as you can see, if you go to Google Classroom and pull up Coming Forth by Day class or Heck in the Chair Spirituality, you might even see some students in there doing work because people just come through on occasion. And I've done 8 classes here. Plus, if you contact me by email, I start to send you the other information.
Oh, I see.
And then if you go Facebook, I'm gonna add it in there. If you go here on YouTube, you're on YouTube, you go HKN, and it's gonna pull right up here. And then you got me in Egypt. You got different discussions we have concerning what the ancestors say. You see some of the old arguments coming to a head. You see some of the where the people get the information that they're saying.
But hold on. Google Classroom, I typed that, but I don't see where we can search.
In Google Classroom? Once you hit Google Classroom,
so it's edu.google.com, right?
Yeah.
I'm there now.
The search tool in there. Hold on, let me see. Because I just pulled it up that way. Google Classroom. You got to log in. Once you log in.
Yeah, I'm logged in already because I have the Google account. So
see Google Classroom.
Okay, Google Classroom. Search. I have to click on the account apparently. Yeah. Oh, okay. So continue. And then, so where do I search?
Type in HKN, new word NTR.
No, but I don't see the. I'm going to share my screen.
Button in there.
Yeah, I'm going to share my screen so you can see. Hold on. Or like share screen. So
let me
that's what I have here. You see?
Oh, let me stop sharing so I can see.
That's what I have. That's what I have here. So I have create class. I have join class. So maybe if I do join class, no, they're asking for a code. So it doesn't seem like we have a direct link. Or should I go?
So the code, what you'll type in. Matter of fact, you see those 2. Hit the 4 or those buttons over there next to that. Click that. Scroll down. See Classroom. Click Classroom.
Oh, Classroom. Yes. Oh, it had opened in a new window, but it's leading me back to the same thing where I was. It's here.
It?
Yeah. Because
take you to search. So click this menu over here on the far left where it says Google Classroom.
Yeah. And I see I don't have search. So click unless maybe you can
classes real quick.
Okay. Oh, I don't have any classes. I've never done any on Google, but that's what I have. Archive classes. None of the classes have been archived. But if you have a link you can share, I can put it in the chat. But
let me hold on. Let me go to the.
But in the meantime, I'm going to share your channel.
So class code, but these class codes change all the time, and this could be because they they stopped Google Classroom. I believe they might have stopped it. So if you go there and you click, let me put it in there. This is the current class code that's there. I'll put it in the back chat.
Do you want me to share that publicly?
Yeah, you can. It's just the class code to get into class.
Okay,
but they change. So, and that's the weird part about Google Classroom. It's one of the reasons I haven't used it in a while, but I created those 8 and I still check on the 8 because I always get people occasionally popping up in there.
Because maybe there's a system where you invite people, because I don't see any way to search, so I don't see any way for people to subscribe or to join. So
well, that's what I was saying. Google stopped doing Google Classroom, but it's still
you can still do it.
Accessible. Yeah.
So
do you go there?
Do you want to share your email address, or maybe you don't?
Yeah, we can share it. But I was going through the different ones so that they could hit each one. So you have that one, which is on Google Classroom. If you type in "Heck in the Chair coming forth by day class," if you just do a Google search, it should pull that up.
I tried, but I couldn't see anything. You know, the stuff you showed earlier, like I should have the search there. You see, I've put Heck in the Chair spirituality coming forth by day classes. I first have JSTOR, then I have a website from the UK. You know, so then I have Sesh Kemet Weebly, but I don't see your thing, so it's difficult to find it.
Just type in Heck in the Chair.
So let me try it. Heck in the Chair.
See,
I have first a YouTube channel.
Click that.
The YouTube, okay.
Because it'll just do what I'm trying to do. So this is the YouTube channel.
Yeah.
If you click videos, you'll see it's just me in Egypt. You see me in there teaching class. Muhammad Gabber, who I set his tour up with, he helped win the war out there. You see us in Alexandria as you scroll down. I'm in Alexander's castle and all that stuff. We all over the place over there. So it's different lessons on this YouTube page.
Oh, you have them in video. Okay.
Yeah, you live like that. If you go back, hit the back button real quick. You can always join the YouTube page. If you go to the Facebook, no, go up one. Go back.
Okay.
Here it is. Heck in the Chair, comprehending the universe.
Oh, that's YouTube.
Yeah. Oh, that's I thought it said Facebook there. Let's go.
Well, it says Facebook, but underneath, and this is Heck in.
See,
that's what I have.
That says Iter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But scroll down some. That's me talking to the Vice Lords and Disciples. Let me see. Scroll down.
Do you want me to try from here?
Now that's a YouTube discussion I'm having with them.
Okay.
Keep going. That's me. Keep going.
Maybe you need to share the link to me because.
Yeah, hold on. Let me pull up the Facebook joint. Let me see. You go on Facebook.
Okay, I'm going to do that. So where am I? I'm here, Facebook.
Yeah, and then type in Heck in the Chair.
So where's the search? Oh, there it is. So Heck in
the Chair. Yeah, you'll pull up a lot of Sesh stuff too, because remember, I'm the founder of Sesh Ma'ani Merunecha, right? So when
but I don't see it. I think it'd be better for you to share the link directly because I don't see you. Okay, if I put persons, maybe
there. Heck in the Chair. See a lot of people. See, they wasn't using the name before, but now they're using it.
But do you want to share the link? If you share the link, so I can put it in the chat.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see real quick.
Yeah. Well, in the meantime, Brother Bennett, go ahead. Feel free.
Back to this Pythagoras thing. I was saying the religious part of it, because Pythagoras, if you read up on him some, there's two aspects to him. One is the religious teachings, and then the other is the scientific side, which, you can't separate them totally because they're built into each other somewhat. But there's an application that he's using that governs all those things, right? I guess that's the mystery system, right? You could say. But the thing about it is that the time period, this is a person we know to be, people confess, is undisputably a real human being that walked Earth, not just a story. So that's what I'm saying the relevance is. Not saying that he is, I'm saying that's what people acknowledge him as being. That's what they teach in class when you study up on Pythagoras. But here's the thing. When you start reading about him, you come across some very familiar things that you've probably heard in other religions too. Some similarities that he carries, and so that's what I mean, like triangulating it. The time period that he professes to walk in, where did he claim he got his studies from, and also what was his setup like? What was his day-to-day like? And then you find out that wait a second, he had students, which were basically like what, disciples, right? So that's what I mean. Like, he's a good character because you can kind of connect him to the religious people, the people that kind of lean into the religious side, where the religious things resonate with them, or you could pivot over to the scientific side. And both of those things, actually, he's claiming himself come straight out of Kemet, right? Then the other thing is that Europeans, they find a character like Pythagoras recognizes significance and teach, talk, repeat every single day for centuries now, right? He's damn near just considered to be the father of what, I don't know, philosophy, is that? He's one of them, right? But he's embedded in European society as a person all Europeans should focus on and lean back on, refer back to. But our Kemetic African contributors to civilization, right? The teachers, the mathematicians, the priests, we don't have one. We don't always keep reminding, say, this is the one, here's the book, this is what he, so in a way, I think because of that, we tend to lean on the religious side, the things that we can get. We tend to lean towards other things that, yeah, they might be connected with Kemet and are connected somehow with Kemet, but it's always best to lean on the thing most centered to you. That's the thing you would get more value of. That's what I would argue, Yeah.
I will say we have Ptahhotep, and what I don't know if you try to use a PC, but with your smartphone, because you've been trying to get on.
I can ask you a question.
But I would like you to use the webcam, please.
Yeah, show your face.
Yes, please.
What you scared of?
Yeah.
Show your face if your family come in the cut. If you just talking.
So I see you shared the link, so I'm gonna share that link in the chat so everybody can have it. So
that's the first link right there. The second one is actually to the temple of Ba'u and Ra, the souls and Ra, which is that's where I actually teach at.
So here it is. I've shared Osam Khan's Facebook page.
First go in the heck in the chair, because you might praise the divine, but you might be kind of strange. And if you're not strange, and I see you're not strange, then I invite you to the temple of Ba'u and Ra, the true voice. And then you come in and you'll see it's only a few of us. And the other one is like 300 of us. And it's all types of cats in there. Some of my Hebrew brothers, some of my Muslim brothers, 5%, all types of stuff is in there. Christian doctors and stuff is in there, but
there's over 300 members there.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And I see what is still there, but as I still don't see no webcam. Feel free to use a smartphone. I really don't mind hearing your question, but this is a requirement. Babylon Don, we know him, we've seen him. He actually used his webcam earlier, so please, if you can just make sure that we can see your face, and you are more than welcome. So try to fix that. Try to use your smartphone if you have one. You can use your tablet. You can use your PC. But yeah, what I was saying, we have the maxims of Ptahhotep. We have different writings. You have also the wisdom of Amenemhotep, and now Imhotep is a multi-genius, but I wouldn't say that we have writings remaining from him. But by all means, anything that can help people.
But we probably do. You probably do, but the thing is that it's being taught, it's being shared with us through others that he taught, through his lineage, through his descendants, I think, But go ahead, Shaka. I hear you.
Yeah. Well,
directly we don't have, right?
I hear you, brother. Brother Pan-African, just welcome and feel free to speak, brother.
Peace. Now, I just wanted to come in a little late to the show, but I just wanted to come in and ask Asar and Ka, some questions about like what is the significance of this particular day and the origins of the celebrations that we did on this day, or in this particular time of the year, because we have of course we have September 12th or 15th is the actual New Year. What day do you give for the actual New Year? And what is the significance, like I said, of this particular day, and what will we celebrate? I already know what the answer is, but I want to hear what you. I want to hear what you say. You know what I'm saying?
My brother Pan-African James is in the building. Today is not so important. The 21st, where the solstice, and actually the 22nd, when the solstice actually takes place, will be important. For Shemsu, this is when you start to sing the songs of Nebedhet and Aset, calling their brother back. Why? Because Asar, who was a tree Netcharu and a corn Netcharu at first, he's the reason why you eat cornbread. For those who don't know what the Asarian cakes are, we give you a full lesson. The Asarian cakes are the original cornbread recipe. The recipe is still on the wall, and it's also found on a papyrus in particular. So these are the original cornbread. The little T figure that we always talk about, that you hear me, Shaka, and Dougal Kim, that's cornbread. And there's other types of bread, but that's cornbread. Those are the Asarian cakes that you see in the Amduat. And if you follow the recipe, you end up with cornbread. And the cornbread is there. Question my brother down below.
Yeah. Actually, can I will ask you that in reference to the cornbread. Can that be? I've heard people compare that to the blood, the body of Jesus. Did you know that?
The cakes.
Have you heard that before? Exactly.
The cakes are the body of Asar in a few texts. Do I have my US? I might have to dig it up, but I might dig up the text while we're on the show just so you can see them. But to go back, and that's a good point right there. But what we do on the 10th of this month in particular, because Sirius was spotted when it was spotted. So we're in the month of Tibi now, for those who know the calendar, and those who are Ami Unut or Ami Winwet, as you've ever heard the term, which are hour watchers or your original astronomers. We watch the hour. What are we? We're astronomers, basically. We're amateur astronomers. So when you quote things and you hear our brothers say you should go follow Ptahhotep, start saying people like Hesi-Ra, some of your original astronomers, so you can start to understand this information and go see what they knew, so you know this knowledge. Now, our brother asked us a question. The two sisters, Aset and Nebedhet, they call Asar back to living. Because what? The solstice is the shortest day of the year, which means the days start to get longer. And so now they sing the song, and they have a full song. If you've ever seen the song, I can share that too. The song calls Asar back to life. It calls nature back to life. After it's in the winter months and passing, now you're calling those things back to life. So they call to Asar to come back home. Come back home so it can be what it is, so that things can flourish, so that things can grow again. It's part of the Asarian Onion Festival, which we celebrated on the 10th of December. The 10th of December is when you would have lifted the Djed column of Asar, helping to bring him back. The solstice is when what? You start to call him back to life. That's the shortest day of the year, and now the days are going to get back to longer days. And so you're calling growth and vegetation back. You're calling that tree nature back. You're calling that cornbread back. You're calling Asar back to life. Nature is coming back to life. That's the true significance of that day. Now, those who make the Christian comparison with Jesus and Asar and Jesus and Heru and how Asar's body is cut into 14 parts, we'll let them have that. But this is the true nature of what happens. And if you've never read the songs of Nebuchadnezzar in our set, I'll pull those up for you real quick just so you can see them.
Now, Nebuchadnezzar, that's leftist. That's what the Greeks call
I got a
leftist.
question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I got a question. Why you said, like, as far as the body of Osiris being cut into 14 parts, why you make the statement like,
you want me to break it down? Absolutely. So what happens
why
in
not
the
break
myth?
it down? Why did you make the statement that people should basically disregard that? I don't want a long
didn't say
drawn out.
disregard
Now.
that.
It ain't like I don't
I
know
didn't say
Egypt.
that.
I want you to just tell me.
Right. So I never
Okay.
said disregard that. I'm not sure why you mentioned
But
disregard.
what was your meaning? What was your meaning behind what you said?
I said for those who make the
As far
comparison
as people
between.
believing, yeah.
So what I said was those who make the comparison between Jesus and Heru and Jesus and Asar will let them have that. That's their theory. The real reason why you celebrate these particular days is because of what I'm about to pull up, which is the Song of Aset and Nebuchadnezzar, is because nature is starting to come back to life after it has died over these years. Remember, we do Ka-Her Ka, right? Spirit, ancestral spirit, Ka-Hor Ka. We celebrate that. We say it like that because we know in Coptic is Hor as opposed to hair. We say Ka because we know that's how it's pronounced in Coptic, the last form of Egyptian. We know what those words mean: spirit, ancestral, spirit. That particular celebration just happened in the November period and ended where the month of Tibi starts on the 10th. You'll notice the Coptic, if you really want to make the Christian Shemsu comparison, go look at the Coptic calendar and go look at the ancient Egyptian calendar. And you're going to see they're so similar, including the last 5 days of the Necharu. You'll find the last 5 days of saints. When you do that, that would be a better comparison. But when you talk about the body of Asar being cut up into 14 parts,
Wouldn't it be from the 25th, right? 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th.
Whose tradition is that? Whose tradition is that?
Like that. I'm saying like.
Babylon don't feel free to come back, but I can actually answer that, and I can correct me if I'm wrong. But it was month of 30 days, right. So there was 360 days to a year, and then they added the 5 days at the end. So there was no trouble for people who were born like on the February 29, where they don't have a birthday every so often. But Osayamka, you have a new member. This is Sister RP. She's been taking methodology classes. She actually made a testimonial video. So she wrote, "I just joined. Please accept me." But keep going, brothers.
Always accept it. So as my brother was pointing out there, those days are only for Julian calendar. Remember, our year, the new year, started at the sighting of Sirius. That was the 12th of August, right? So we can do it very simply. Anybody who doesn't know the calendar or claims to know the calendar, start at the 12th. I believe it was the 12th of August, if I'm not mistaken. And if I'm wrong, I've got the date that it showed up written down because I did the calculation and I was out with my telescope looking that night, and we seen it, and they cited it in Egypt for me as well. They was like, "You're right," and I was like, "Cool." And so we knew, etc., etc. Count 30 days from that day. Count another 30 days from that day. Count another 30 days from that day. Now we're in the 4th month of this year. Count another 30 days from that day. That'll put you at the end, I believe, of December 10th, December 11th. I'm just going from my brain right now because I don't have it up. So that'll tell you the end date of that month. And that'll tell you that we're in the month of Tibi right now. And the reason why you have 2 calendars is because the initial sighting of Sirius was in a time in Egypt where it was in June or July. So that's why we have the religious calendar and we have the sidereal calendar, the civil calendar. So this is why we had certain celebrations, what they would call out of season, because we would have the religious calendar And the reason they say that they did this, and this is on the old text, is because they wanted to make sure that they celebrated each particular holiday at every part of the year. And so you had 2 calendars. My brother Patasa Karasar has a third one he's come up with. But from ancient times, from Kamambo and the other calendars that you see there, we can count the time, we can see the time, we know when certain things started. And so I can tell you Sirius was spotted this year in August. Why? Because I'm an Ami Unut, and because I watch the stars. I'm an hour watcher. And you can check me by checking different sites, such let me pull up Star Watcher or whatever. Star Watchers.
And while you look at it, brother, RP is asking, is it car, hair, car? Now, car obviously has to be written like that. But I was wondering as well, the word that you translate as ancestral, is it like the hair for Heru, or is it the hair like the one that can be translated as on top of, you know?
Spirit on top of spirit. I think that particular translation, it'd be spirit, ancestral spirit.
But the word for ancestral in Mother Nature, like that you pronounce whore, which one?
Yeah.
Okay.
But for that particular month, it's called Kaherka or Kahorka.
Okay. Hair. Okay. That's so RP. That's the H with the dot underneath, and then the R. Basically the what we call Heru. You know.
Yeah. So that's Kahorka, and then. So for my brother, I hope I've explained it enough where that makes sense to you for the explanation of the time frame, why the month and the date is what it is. Back to my brother James' question. So we call Asar back. We call nature back to life. Let me pull up, and you guys can take the floor real quick. I'm gonna pull up the Song of the Two Sisters.
Okay, bam. So hold on. So. You're saying August the 12th is the beginning, is when we start to recognize the new year based on the star Sirius following Orion on that day when it comes up on on the horizon that day.
Exactly.
Calculations regarding this particular phenomenon, because it's all celestial timekeeping is what we're doing, right? And we're noticing a phenomenon where the sun stops moving for a particular time, and then it But I've been following the star. I mean, I've been following the constellation of Orion for the last 5 years. You know what I'm saying? And I noticed that it always strikes 12, right, at that particular time within that particular frame. So I'm thinking they're using that as, if you go use like when we were in school, they'd have the old school clock that goes around and strikes 12. That's what they're doing. They're using that particular star system or that particular constellation to tell time. And it pops back up at 12 o'clock every year. And if you know that, then you will be able to, with that and the solar timekeeping that they're doing at the same time, they're doing both solar timekeeping because of that. They're noticing that the sun stops moving, and they're using celestial timekeeping for the year, right? So that's kind of like what I've been doing. Because I remember when I first started, when I first started observing that particular constellation, I came outside one day at 12 o'clock in June and it wasn't there. And I was fucking shocked. I was like, where did it go? You know what I'm saying? But I had to understand that constellation is moving. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I think that's more important for us to teach our people about what our people were doing instead of, and you know, as well as using the spiritual side of it, but using that because I think that's more important to tell how brilliant our people were and what they were doing instead of making it about some type of fiction. You know what I'm saying? You know, with Jesus and all of that. I think it's more important for us to show the actual science of it than the fiction.
Yeah.
So I think that's more important for the children. It's more important for the next generation. Show the children. They would be interested in that. For you to go out every year and show them, look, see, it's out there now. You can go out in June and show them that it's not there. So we're keeping time. We're keeping time, and we were the first to do that. I think that's very important for our people to know. And I'll mute out right here.
No, and that makes sense. And this is why when the mythos is used, remember there was no television at that time. This is to keep you interested in the sciences. So now that I have a mythos to grow around this science that's taking place, no different than an acronym that you put for a word so that you can remember it, it makes sense for you to tell the story in that fashion. But talking to somebody who cares less about this, it means nothing. But then they want to tell you go hop in science, but you don't have interest in science, it's boring to you. But when I add that mythos with the science,
man, our people were so cold, Asar. I mean, like, just think about how cold. It's like we're gonna make this fun too. It ain't just gonna be just science. We're gonna make it fun to where you would use it in a spiritual or you know, in a cultural way. You know what I'm saying?
Holistically.
So, I mean, yeah, you just can't really people don't understand how great this is once you find it, because see, like I always tell, I didn't learn this information until I was 30. I felt like I got robbed. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And I just
when Brother Reggie say, if you don't know Dr. Clark or Dr. Ben, they can't be your teachers. I'm like, man, do you know how much love I have for Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben? Do you know how I feel cheated on this planet? These people on the planet, when I was on the planet, I didn't even know about them, but I knew about, I knew about Malcolm X or people that I felt like were less important than Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben and Sheikh Anta Diop, the people that were really looking for truth. You know what I'm saying? So I'm real passionate about this, as y'all can see. And it's just crazy to me that, we are brothers like Asar and Carl, Brother Shaka, that's on the right path in this lifetime. You know what I'm saying? So I'm honored to be on the panel with brothers that's with the truth. And like I said, I'm long-winded, so I just got to mute out because I just got on the show. But man, I really think, you know what I'm saying?
You get muted out on every other show, Brother Pan-African James, but you always got something good to say. That's why I be like,
yeah. They don't like to hear the simplicity of what I try to, say. But let me go ahead and mute out and let somebody else speak.
Go, Brother Van Connor.
Yeah, Brother Bennett, go ahead.
Yeah, Brother Pan-African, you know what? You're right about getting robbed. It's not like we getting robbed. It's being robbed, because even just on an academic level, I mean, if you examine just even basic math, if you want to write down 1 + 1 equals 2, this, you could write it from up to down, or you could write it from left to right. You could do that, right? Well, there's some people, I think it's bias in even how people, this SAT test, it has a lot to do with how you connect to some of the elements on a deeper level, not necessarily your intelligence. So when we're missing out on how the ancient Egyptians did some of their sciences, we're forgetting that other societies, other civilizations have built their knowledge based on them, yet we're not getting direct access to it ourselves. We're getting the second or third version of it, which, to be honest, it just may not hit us the same way. I mean, I found that out when I started looking into Egypt and Greece and how these two formulated their math, right? And how the Egyptians, how they formulated theirs. It's since for some reason I could just see it written down more plainly, just right out from the start, than I could the same problem being formed in today's basic math. I mean, literally. And
they do long math, Brother Bennett. Not to cut your wisdom, but they do long math. And if you want some of the books, I got the books that show you how to do their math. It shows you some of the people, like their homework problems when they was in the schools learning the math, doing homework in the school. All that stuff is accessible. It's just that, like I was saying before, we don't go out to go get it. We're always waiting for somebody to bring it to us, right?
Right.
Our brother Babylon
I don't know who
created his own system. So I know at some point in time you did the same thing. You went and said, look, you just told us you created your own system. And this is because you have to go out there and do it on your own. And you also have to come back and check it with who knows it already. So that
I do want to say this. I do want to say this. I did create my own system, but it's a system that already existed in ancient Egypt and in ancient Kemet and throughout Africa and throughout other nations. So I did create it because it was a dead system, and it's right now it's dead now because if you type in a calculator right now, 0 divided by 0, you will get undefined or indeterminate. If you typed in, somebody got their background open, you might, and then if you type in any number divided by 0, then you'll still get an undefined number. And so one of the things the brother was saying about ancient Egypt and about taking SAT tests, I said I teach mathematics. I would like to be in on that conversation because he is right. One thing, brother, the difference is that in Greek and in all other mathematics, where they take a number, that's an abstract number. They've assigned a number or a symbol to several things. Like in Egypt, you look at the number 1, it's a line. You look at the number 1, it's a line in regular language. But then when you get to number 2, it's 2 lines. But when you get to number 2 in English, it's a symbol for number 2. And at that point of abstract thinking, you start to lose a lot as you go further and further into the mathematics. You lose more and more knowledge. So you're absolutely right. And the way the SAT test and everything is set up with the amount of choices and the way things work, I think it was a great man. Dr. York tried to explain this a long time ago. And I learned this from living amongst the Navajo people and studying my own culture in Egypt, that, our system was based on 4, not 3. And a lot of things here in this system is based on 3, like morning, noon, and night, today, yesterday, tomorrow, Father, Son, and, Holy Ghost and everything else. But if you go in our culture, you have 4 directions. You have 4 sacred mountains. You do things for, you say pop, 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 pop at the end of the prayer. And so this type of knowledge of dealing in 4 is what we're moving now towards a quantum science and a quantum thinking, where people will still be stuck on 1, 2, 3. Like, I love you. I want some. I hate you. Don't do that. Move over. This is how people actually talk in 1, 2, 3. They write songs in 1, 2, 3. And until you could break that spell of 1, 2, 3 and ABC, that paradigm, then you really don't access that part of the brain or that part of the information that we do have in our culture.
Right. Because the Europeans, basically, they have been brought up through their particular longhand math. So it's resonating with them much more quicker. Our children, it hasn't, like, I guess it was going back to what somebody said, DNA, it hasn't been in our DNA, that form of
It's counterintelligence.
It's another.
It's counterintelligence.
Exactly.
It's counterintelligence.
So we actually,
There's nothing wrong with us. It's the system. If we born into a matrix that's built like this, where they say 0 is not a number, but then counterintuitively we using 0 as a number, and children know this. When you say 0 is nothing, then they look at you like you crazy when they're young enough to say no, it is something. Like if I wrote the numbers 1 through 6 in a straight line, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or I wrote 6 dashes, 1, 2, 6 lines, and I put spaces between those 6 lines in a line, I'll come out with 6 numbers and 5 dashes. I have 5 dashes between 6 spaces. So, but if I wrote those same numbers in a circle, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I'll get 6 numbers and 6 dashes. Just because I wrote it in a circle, that changes the paradigm. And so this tells me that 0 is a circle. So this tells me that without 0, I don't have all of the information in a linear process. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yields 6 numbers and 5 dashes. But if I add a 0, I get 6 numbers and 6 dashes. You see this? So 0 holds value, but these type of things, like for instance, last thing, you've been taught that 0 is nothing. No, nothing is a concept. That's a mental construct, something that humans do. You can never tell a computer that 0 is nothing, because once you type in a digit, it counts it as something. 0s and 1s is even binary. But I'm saying that you couldn't even teach the computer the concept of nothing. There is no concept of nothing in this world. It's only in the mental of human beings. And so when we carry our mental construct of nothing over into something like logic or mathematics, we confuse, because this doesn't apply. The concept of nothing has nothing to do with the logic of mathematics.
That's where terms like Zep Tepi come in, yeah. The beginning, which had no beginning, or the as they put it, time before time. But
Yeah,
yeah,
like
you'll
for
look at
instance, if we took 360, right? We all taught that 360 degrees is a circle and 360 degrees is a square geometrically. However, if we looked at that situation mathematically, we would run into problems because of the simple fact that no two numbers, a number times itself is a square. We agree a number times itself is a square. 0 times 0, 0 square. 1 times 1, 1 square. 2 times 2, 2 square. Or 4. 3 times 3, 3 square. Or 9. Like that. So every number times itself, identity, is a square. Its self-reference is a square. So then now we know that. So then what two numbers can we multiply together to get 360? There's no two numbers that we can multiply together to equal 360. So then how does 360 become a square mathematically? You may tell me it's a square geometrically because 360 equals a square and 360 equals a circle. But mathematically, 19 times 19 is 361. That's a square, 361. Not 18 times 20, not 18 times 18, not 20 times 20. No two numbers identical are ever equal 360. So these type of things we knew in our culture, but they've been taught to us in this culture. And so now we all accept them. And when somebody come and say that's wrong, we actually have cognitive dissonance. We'll kill the person. It's just like in the Matrix. We'll say the person is a liar. They're making up their own stuff. Show me that in the white man book. Show me that in the ancient text that's lost forever. Things like that come up. So I'm just saying that our idea of the paradigm of where our ancient culture is going to be thrown off until we examine the things like what the other brother was talking about, like even looking at a test, like having a test put in front of you and then saying that our children react different than other children. First of all, our language, our way of life was pictorial. Our language and way of life was oral. And now we in this paradigm and they're trying to push it on us. That's it.
And brothers, before I let you all make your closing remarks, after what Babylon done said, and also what some of what Bennett said, V. Bennett, it reminds me of Shekanta Diop. Now I don't recall which book it was. He talked about in Africa, children learn many times in the language that is not their mother tongue, and it is problematic. You see. But what I'm going to do is just go clockwise. So I'm going to start with Babylon Dumb. Then I will do Osam Ka, then V. Bennett, then Pan African James. It's been 4 hours, brothers. I'm going to have to, close this out now. But I want to thank you all. And I also want to thank Chief X for coming in. And I hope that we get a chance to talk. But, it doesn't have to be like a debate or it's all good. So, Brother Babylon, then please feel free to make your closing remarks. Okay, maybe he's busy. So, Brother Osamka, please make your closing remarks.
Absolutely. Let me show you guys real quick, if I may share my screen. This is the
Of course.
My brother James, you can go grab this text. This answers a couple questions concerning a few things. This is the song of Aset Nebehet. It's in a bunch of old books as well. Like you could have, if you like want some of the.
You haven't shared it yet, brother, have you?
Yeah, ancient Egyptian text 1 through 10. If you want the original books, it's here. It's on the Bremerine Papyrus.
Sorry,
yo, I don't see. I don't see that.
You're not sharing yet, are you?
Oh, it's not sharing?
No.
Yeah, I don't see it.
I thought it was sharing. Let me see.
No. You know how to share, right? Oh, there it is. I see it.
Sharing now. Okay.
Bam.
So it's there's the Bremerine Papyrus. Here goes the page. You can just pull up this page. This has the translation for those,
Yeah, well, can we get the link on that?
Yeah, that's www.atlas.org.
Actually, Brother Samka, if you don't mind, just share it like you did earlier, and I'll put it in the chat.
Okay. Yes. Let me put it in here. Ying.
There it is.
Okay, that's there.
Got it.
Now, when you click,
Hey, I apologize, Shaka. For some reason, my mic keep going slow, bro. I was trying to press it off mute and it wouldn't go
Oh,
off. All the
it's
while
okay.
was trying
You
to
can
get
go
me to
last.
fix
You
it.
can go
okay,
last, brother.
gotcha.
It's okay. No problem. You can go last,
Yeah.
brother. Yes.
So if you click
Oh, my bad.
archive.org, it's going to take you to the Journal of Egyptian Archaeology, volume 23. So it's going to give you the primary where it comes from, the Bremerine Papyrus. Number 2, you know, if you decide to go through it, it's just going to walk you through the different stages and pages of what's there, the ritual bringing in Sokar, songs of Isis and Nebuchadnezzar, everything I was telling you about, and it's going to walk you through each one. And I believe, does this one have the metal nature with it? It's got discussions on the metal nature. It doesn't have the full metal nature here. But I have another book that has the metal nature in there too, for those who want to read it to make sure this matches what they say in English, like you always see us do on Smash's show and on this show and my show. The other thing, like I said, everything is alive. The universe itself is an entity. So when guys are telling you, oh, such and such is, that's not, no, this is the difference between you and your ancestors more times than not. They understood the world was animated. Dr. Ben would go talk to a tree before he cut it down. He says that on video. They would talk to a tree before cutting it down. They would talk to the fruit before eating it. They would say a prayer before eating it. They would say a prayer and let the ancestors have time to eat first. Then they would eat. This is where you get saying your grace from. This is the stuff that you should know. Because you see the world is dead. This is why you don't have a problem committing a murder. Because everything is dead to you.
Yo, I cut down a tree in my front yard this year or so.
Yeah.
And I've been messed up ever since.
See what I'm saying?
I'm not playing with you.
Yeah,
like my whole spirit is messed up because that tree is gone.
And that tree was probably old.
It was.
And it was probably for you so you could have cable. Look, I done hit it on the head.
It was crazy.
That cable man come over to make sure that direct TV working. You don't say no prayer to that tree. And if you really researched trees and you knew about the roots underground and how they communicate with each other and how one will send a distress signal to another and help them from miles away, you'll feel differently about your universe. But you don't, because a lot of people are atheists. So what? It's a tree. Until you don't have any more oxygen, which is why you see the beef with the president in Brazil for cutting down his forest. It's one of the biggest rainforests in the world.
Amazon.
You understand? You see why they can sell you water today? Because you forget water is alive. You forget if you don't have anything to get the water to replenish it, after you do your living earth, after you do Seb dirty and you disrespect your stratosphere, the solar Seb, look, I'm gonna go there. We're gonna go to the Neteru, right? After you disrespect the Asar, that tree, and you usurp it, after you disrespect these different Neteru that are around you, that are the entities in your universe, including you macrocosm you're gonna start to have problems to live. When you have so many people on the planet who think technology, and they only think technology, but not technology in the way that is natural to the earth, you're going to have issues. And that's why you have issues now. And that's why you got governments at war. That's why you have your very first war in history over a water hole. Because they thought there was no other water. Imhotep, pleasure speaking with you, gents. Pleasure speaking to the chat.
Thank you very much, Brother Sayamka. I've shared the links in the chat if you want to join his Facebook groups. Before I forget, and I let Brother V. Bennett make his closing remarks. But Pan-African James, probably you might try apologizing to the tree, maybe make some offerings, and hopefully it will turn out better for you. So, Brother V. Bennett, please feel free to make your closing remarks.
Oh yeah, thank you, brother. And yeah, it was a pleasure to hear all of you all's contributions and thoughts today, man. It was a nice conversation, and thanks Shaka for hosting it. What I would say is, wow, everything that you all said was on point. I mean, even Babylon, even a lot of the things today, we actually connected on something. And I would say, you know, my personal thing is like this. It's not necessarily what you pick up, it's how you examine it. And in that way, if we're all up to examining things fairly and equally, then a lot of the elements like religion and things like this that are two steps away from us, religions that have been passed down to us, or we got through slavery, or we got through being conquered, or we got just from being displaced. We picked them up, got to have something. Whatever the reason is, if we just bring it back down to what everything has to be brought down to, and that is just fact or fiction, material or non-material, these kind of basic questions. If we do that, we won't have a lot of issues. But I think the problem is this concept of separation, the idea that things are not connected, right? When we know all things are connected. We know this. And I believe we kind of born into this world with that knowledge, and we get immediately taught away from that knowledge, because if we know all things are connected, then we know we bear responsibility, right, ourselves for everything we do, every choice we make, every interaction we have, you know. So in saying that, I don't believe all of us, regardless of what like Babylon, what's the brother's name? Babylon what?
It's
Don?
Babylon done.
Yeah, because I don't want to say it wrong, sorry.
Yeah,
Babylon
Babylon done.
Don, he might
Babylon
describe
done. Yeah.
himself, right, he might describe himself one way, or uh his belief system one way. Another may have, you know, we might discuss more science temple or whatever. For me, that's not the question. My question is, are you actually applying it correctly and honestly, right? Are you being just as fair as you would like someone to be to you in that application? And I would say nothing, since all things come back to the universe, all things should also fit in the universe. And if it just doesn't fit, then it's because of our own study. It's not because of it. That's what I would say. So, and that I'm glad to. Oh, one other thing. Here's the other thing I wanted to say. If you all get a chance, those of you that are interested in the, you know, some of the religious things that maybe once you get to a certain point, people would say they would put down Jesus, like, you know, leave that to them. Actually, I would say no matter if you picking it up or you putting it down, it's got to, if it doesn't fit, if parts of it doesn't fit, that part doesn't fit. If parts of it do fit, parts of it do fit, because somehow they all interconnected. So you should be able to find your way back once you bite off one piece of it. You should be able to work your way all the way back to the beginning. And if you can't work your way back, I would say take that personal to yourself and do something different. Yeah. Peace, y'all. That was it for me. Thanks again,
Peace.
Shop.
Peace, brother V. Bennett. If it doesn't fit, you must quit. So,
Exactly.
so, brother Pan-African Chance, feel free to make your closing remarks, brother.
Yeah, I just want to say, you know, it was a great build as far as being able to get on the panel and have a little dialogue with some brothers of like mind. Wish I would have got on a little earlier. I got it when I noticed the show was on. It was already about 3 hours in. But yeah, I'd like to have a more in-depth conversation with Brother Saul as well. I joined the Facebook group that he has, and I also bookmarked these links. But yeah, but as far as the tree, man, I've already did my you know,
due diligence,
condolences. Yeah, I've already did that. Actually, the tree was taken down by a tornado. So it like broke half of it in part. So I had to, because of safety reasons. That was the only reason why I had the tree removed. But so it wasn't necessarily my fault, but You know, that's just nature works. But with that said, man, till next time, I love to be able to catch you a little earlier, man, because it was some more things I wanted to discuss with you. But other than that, man, you know how we do it, Shaka. May the ancestors be with us. And, you know, I'm not an atheist. I'm a chronologist, meaning I just deal with history in a chronological order from what we can use with history, not prehistory. Because the only thing that we're arguing as a whole is history. Then that means what was written. You understand what I'm saying? So if we could just use the chronology to get ourselves in alignment with what real history is, I think that would be better for us as a people, being as though we're the ones who started documenting history. With that said, peace, Brother Shaka, and I'll see you guys next time.
Thank you very much, Brother Pan-African James. Now, it's just a suggestion. Maybe try to plant something, some plant or something in the same place or nearby, because if we want to get metaphysical, it's like you had an injured living being and you just ended his life, you know. But that's just a suggestion, you know. So, Brother Bobby London, feel free to make your closing remarks.
I'm gonna replant. I plan to replant a piece of that tree because I have the tree is really large, Shaka. You need to see it. But either which way, it has a piece of it growing off now. When I get ready to remove the stump, I planned on taking a clip of it off of there and then getting the root off of there and then replanting that same particular, you know how they do, you know what you call that, cloning? Yes, you know, I'm using a clone off of that tree to replant once I get the stump taken out. So that's where I'm at with it. So yeah, I'm on the same page with you, brother. I mean, it was devastating. But anyway, peace.
you went through some things ever since. All right. So, Brother Bobby London, please feel free to make your closing remarks.
Okay, Brother Shaka, I think I'll close on first of all, like all the other brothers, I thank you for providing a platform. And I want to say that, you know, like a lot of things, like not to get on Chief X, because I didn't want to say this without him being here, but him and Chris left. They ran, I guess. But I just want to say this, that, you know, like I'm on Wikipedia now. It's a quick little read. It reads, in 1980, James Harris and Edward F. Wente conducted X-ray examinations of New Kingdom pharaohs' cranial, that means phrenology, and skeletal, anthropological remains. They examined these mummified remains of Queen T and noted she possessed a craniofacial profile which was most similar to Mesolithic Nubians. By 2010, DNA analysis sponsored by the Secretary General of the Egyptian Supreme Council of Antiquities, Zahi Hawass, you see him on Discovery Channel, was able to formally identify the elder lady as Queen T. She was found to be about 40 to 50 years old at the time of her death. Okay? And about 1.45 centimeters tall. But I missed the other part because I'm going too fast. But nevertheless, they say that she was a Nubian like twice in this write-up. And anybody can look that up. So where he get off saying she was Asian, and they overlooked the fact that these people born of people, even though other people came into Egypt and Egyptian pharaohs did marry women outside or whatever, but she has a mother and father. They have mothers and fathers recorded in Egypt. So they don't change races. That's just like they do in, you know, with Jacob and Esau. And they say Esau is a different race and stuff like that. We can't allow that. That's why I be saying that the Egyptology that they teaching is almost like religion. And then, you know, they mention like Christmas and around the holidays and all of that, how we should celebrate. But with that, it sounds just like Christmas. It sounds just like the holidays to me. Sounds like another festivity, another creation, something that won't get us nowhere. But I'll stop on that. Peace, brothers.
Peace. Thank you very much, Brother London. So, brothers, I really appreciate it, all of your contribution. And once again, thanks to Chief X for coming. You know, we will get some clarity. Definitely, we will definitely get some clarity. I'm sure of that. You know, like I said, we have some young people who have been studying and they are listening to us. I've given Medunature classes to a brother who was underage, and there's other brothers who are quite young and they are getting familiar with the Medunature. So they're going to be thorough, and they should, have more knowledge than us at our age, which is normal. This is progress. I want my children to know more when they'll be my age. So
Yeah.
yeah, indeed. So thank you very much for being there. Thank you, Sister RP, for the donation, and all the other people who made donations. Remember, I'm giving meta nature classes for those who are interested. It's not mandatory. Don't feel like you have to, but if you are interested, I'm giving meta nature classes. So I'm going to say, stay safe, stay healthy. If I'm allowed to by the Netero, I will definitely holler back at you. I don't argue, I state facts. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Do I need to do Hotep?
Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving middle nature classes. And here, that's the flyer. Okay? So, those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video, Kemet and Ma'at, before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first meta nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other meta nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever had, ever. So if you're interested in learning the meta nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody's interested in learning the meta nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu Neture classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge, no question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class, and all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medu Neture class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/ma'at4ever.